complaining about is from the final days of the Joe Biden administration. Those are the numbers that are out today. The final days of the Biden administration. And certainly everyone in Wyoming and everyone in your home state in Oklahoma knows that under the Biden administration and the Democrats, prices of goods and groceries, gasoline, the things that we need in our everyday life, prices rose more than 20% under Joe Biden. High prices are Joe Biden's parting gift and his lasting legacy. They were the party of open borders and high prices. That's why they lost the election. So here we have the Senate minority leader, now in the minority, used to be in the majority. The reason he's in the minority is because of the high prices brought on the people of this country as a result of that administration, and the numbers out today are reflective of the final days of that administration. Painfully high prices. They came from Democrats' reckless overspending and their policies. And we're from energy states that was anti-American energy policies. Those are the things that Senate Democrats voted for repeatedly and stood behind and supported. Republicans are focused on making life more affordable for families all across this country, hardworking families. And we have a plan to unleash American energy. And that way we can keep lowering prices for American families. I just can never forget when Joe Biden said he wanted to prioritize climate over energy that was available, affordable, and reliable. It was a disaster for the country and resulted in defeat of the Democrats. Today, Mr. President, I come to the floor also to talk about confirmation votes. And the Senate will soon vote on the confirmation of Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. to be the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services. America needs to be healthy. I'm a doctor, worked with patients for over 20 years, as a surgeon in Wyoming. The problem is our nation faces a chronic disease epidemic. Chronic diseases, including diabetes, cancer, obesity, heart disease, high blood pressure, chronic diseases. They are so widespread that managing them accounts for almost 90% of the federal health care spending in this country. And we spend a lot of our gross national product on health care. Nearly 3 in 5 Americans, adults, and 1 in 4 American children are impacted by this. Our health care system tries to address the problem, but yet by incentivizing procedures over prevention and paying for that, well, it often fails to address what we need to do effectively as well as economically. As a result, Americans are actually becoming less healthy. We need to put America on the path to good health. President Trump has selected Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. to do just that, to make America healthy again. Mr. Kennedy will bring a fresh set of ideas and eyes to important debates surrounding our nation's public health. He's going to be a voice for the vast number of Americans who were failed by the previous administration. The previous administration silenced reasoned debate. I believe that Mr. Kennedy is going to deliver accountability and transparency. For Americans, that means more choices and better information. It means healthy foods and healthy competition for patients. It means lower costs and higher quality. It means increased access to care. Access is so critical in my home state of Wyoming, with so many rural and frontier communities, people long distances from health care. It also means honest, unbiased, and trustworthy scientific research that is both innovative as well as accountable to the American people. People want the truth. They want to know what the facts are. They want to make their decisions then for themselves. Look, this is Mr. Kennedy's bold vision to revitalize America's Bill of Health. He's very clear about his mission, has been throughout. The mission, as he told the Finance Committee, is to end the chronic disease epidemic and make America healthy again. Apparently, that's not enough for the Senate Democrats. Senator Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada, she was actually dismissive of him at the Senate Finance Committee. I heard her say to Mr. Kennedy, "So that's the only reason why you're at HHS to address this one issue? This one issue, chronic disease epidemic that is plaguing our nation, is the key issue to our health care. Respectfully, addressing chronic disease is what we ought to be talking about for health care for the people of our country. You know, Mr. Kennedy had to testify and did testify before two separate Senate committees as part of his confirmation. Most people being confirmed and coming to the Senate only testify at one committee. He responded to rigorous questions for both Republicans and Democrats, and he answered those questions with candor and with clarity. He told the Senate Help Committee that his leadership approach was collaborative. He pledged to empower the scientists to do their jobs, not to impose, as he said, preordained opinions on anybody at HHS. He was also clear that he supports vaccines. He told the Finance Committee, I support the measles vaccine. I support the polio vaccine. I will do nothing as HHS Secretary, he said, that makes it difficult or discourages people from taking those vaccines. The Senate has every reason to take him at his word. Mr. Kennedy is a bold choice. He is pro-health, pro-vaccine, and pro-transparency. He's the right choice to make America healthy again. I look forward to voting to confirm him. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Virginia.
I ask unanimous consent that I be permitted to speak for 6 minutes, followed by Senator Wyden for 5 minutes, Senator Crapo for 5 minutes, and Senator Schumer for 2 minutes prior to the scheduled vote.
I thought we were supposed to start voting. Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, I rise once more to oppose the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard to be the Director of National Intelligence. As I've said repeatedly, I have great respect for Ms. Gabbard's over 20 years of service to our nation, both in and out of uniform. I am, however, profoundly worried that she lacks the qualifications or judgments to be DNI. The job of the Director of National Intelligence is not a duty to be taken lightly. The incumbent serves as the principal intelligence advisor to the President and also bears the weight of responsibility to prevent another 9/11. The DNI must also represent the tens of thousands of intelligence professionals who around the world often toil in anonymity. They serve as America's first line of defense against terrorists, transnational criminals, and adversarial nations who wish to do us harm. And she must also represent America to our allies as a trustworthy partner. Unfortunately, through her own words and actions, Ms. Gabbard has demonstrated she is not up to the task. She took the word of Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad against the assessments of our own Department of Defense, State Department, and intelligence community when she claimed that, and when she denied that Assad used chemical weapons against his own people. She knowingly met with a Syrian cleric who has vocally threatened to conduct serial bomb attacks against the United States. She sought to blame the United States and NATO, for Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. She publicly praised and defended Edward Snowden when he compromised our nation's most sensitive collection sources and methods, then ran off to hide in China and Russia. Those compromises put at risk not only our intelligence, but our men and women in uniform in places like Iraq and Afghanistan. And just last week, even with repeated inquiries from her Republican colleagues, she refused to call Snowden a traitor. Now, speaking of China, when asked about TikTok at her confirmation hearing, she refused to acknowledge the threat posed by China owning a social media company that reaches 170 million Americans. And all the way up until she was nominated to be DNI, she publicly advocated for the wholesale elimination of FISA 702. 702 is a tool that we use actively in the intelligence domain, a tool that contributes literally 60% of the information that makes up the president's daily brief. That daily brief, which will also fall under her responsibility should you be confirmed. The environment facing a new DNI today is complicated and fraught with challenges. Not only had the traditional threats persisted, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, but we've seen an increased threats from terrorism, cyber actions, and transnational criminal organizations. All the while, the intelligence community itself is under attack. Some of our most senior and experienced law enforcement and intelligence professionals are being asked to take political litmus tests. And those who are seen as insignificantly loyal are being fired or forced to resign. Whole agencies are being eliminated and funding impounded in flagrant defiance of the Constitution, which only gives the Congress, us here in this body, the power of the purse. And unvetted, unqualified individuals illegally burrowing into classified and sensitive information, this very action jeopardizing our national security and violating Americans' privacy. These Doge Bros seem to have no restriction on them at all, and I've seen no evidence that Ms. Gabbard is prepared to deal with this onslaught. Therefore, I must oppose her nomination and urge my colleagues to do the same.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. President. In a moment, the Senate will proceed to a cloture vote on the nomination of Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. to be Secretary of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. I rise to encourage my colleagues to support this motion. As Secretary of HHS, Mr. Kennedy would oversee our nation's expansive health care system, from sources of coverage to advancement of public health. Mr. Kennedy's decades of experience and deep drive to advocate on behalf of consumers will set a patient-centered tone at the department. As he has demonstrated in both public and private settings, Mr. Kennedy is committed to reorienting our healthcare approach and restoring faith in our institutions. His passion for addressing America's chronic disease epidemic will save lives, reduce costs, and establish a foundation for a healthier, stronger country. His dedication to transparency will empower patients to make more informed decisions about their health care and form a responsive rapport with Congress. As Mr. Kennedy stated during his hearing, if Congress asks me for information, you will get it immediately. Over the course of his vetting process, Mr. Kennedy met with dozens of members on both sides of the aisle, spoke with bipartisan Senate Finance Committee staff, appeared before 2 committee hearings, and answered over 900 questions for the record, not to mention presenting thousands of pages of documents. Mr. Kennedy has gone through the same Office of Government Ethics process as all nominees who come before the Finance Committee and has received support for his efforts. Similar to all other nominees, we have a letter from the Director of the Office of Government Ethics stating, Based thereon, we believe that this nominee is in compliance with applicable laws and regulations governing conflicts of interest. He even amended his ethics agreement, going beyond what was required by the Office of Government Ethics in response to the request from one of our Finance Committee members. I urge my colleagues to join me in advancing this nomination so we can begin to make our country healthier. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Should I do it or not?
President,
Democratic leader.
I know I spoke a little while ago on Tulsi Gabbard, but I feel so strongly I just wanted to make one last plea to my Republican colleagues. In a moment, the Senate will vote to confirm Tulsi Gabbard as the next Director of National Intelligence. Every single Democrat, I am really proud to say, will oppose this awful nomination, because we simply cannot, in good conscience, trust our most classified secrets to someone who echoes Russian propaganda and falls for conspiracy theories. It's hard to believe, of all the talented and capable people, that this is the person nominated. It's a person who has said things like the Ukraine invasion was caused by the United States, not by Putin. It's somebody who has denied Assad's use of chemical weapons, despite all of the intelligence. It's someone who echoes Russian propaganda and falls for crazy conspiracy theories. I'd say to my Republican colleagues, please think once again about this nomination. This endangers our security. And my guess is, if a secret ballot were cast on Tulsi Gabbard, maybe she'd get 10 votes. You all know how bad she is. And so I know that people feel they want to please the president in his nomination. But there are certain times you have to buck and stand up and say, no, this is just a very bad choice for America. And the nomination of Ms. Gabbard is simply one of those. I plead with my colleagues, I know it's the last minute, to think twice, to vote no, as we all will vote, because this is such an awful nomination who will endanger our national security and our intelligence operations throughout the country and the world. I yield the floor. Absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. President,
Senator from Oregon.
I rise to oppose the nomination of Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. to be the
Senate quorum call.
Vacate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today to oppose the nomination of Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. to be the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services. And let me put it very bluntly to my colleagues. A vote for Robert Kennedy for this position is a vote for a sicker America. And there's irony in that judgment, considering Mr. Kennedy is the figurehead of a mass movement known as Make America Healthy Again. But on issue after issue, Mr. Kennedy refused to stand up for policies that will keep Americans healthy and out of the hospital. From vaccines to affordable health insurance to lower drug prices to women's reproductive health care, Mr. Kennedy, through several hearings, ducked and dodged and weaved instead of answering the basic questions that came from senators of both parties. When he did answer, he demonstrated a shocking lack of knowledge about the federal health programs he'll be charged with running and a willful desire to mislead senators about his views on science matters like vaccine safety. The only conclusion I'm left with is that he stands steadfastly by the outlandish views he's expressed over his two-decade career as an anti-vaccine crusader, and he's fully prepared to implement the Republican health care agenda. That agenda boils down to putting big pharma and insurance companies back in charge while leaving millions of American families to fend for themselves without affordable care. And I want to be clear about this. Going back to my days as director of the Gray Panthers, which is what I did before I went into public service, I can just tell you, Mr. President, this is the least qualified nominee to ever be nominated for a position of this importance. So for the next day and night, Senate Democrats are going to be out on this floor telling the American people why. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle still have an opportunity to turn away from a dangerous path. If they do not, my view is their legacy will be tarnished by setbacks in science that will echo in America for decades. As I mentioned, I spent countless hours as a young man working with seniors to navigate the newly created Medicare program and help them avoid predatory insurance company tactics that remain all too common today. To me and many other Americans, healthcare, colleagues, is the most important issue, because if you and your loved ones don't have their health, everything else goes by the board. And the reality is, we need to make sure that Americans have the best and most affordable health care possible, rather than having a handful of health care companies being gobbled up in the entire market for health insurance, pharmaceuticals, hospitals, and even doctors. The results have been great for shareholder profits and disastrous for American families. Costs keep climbing. The act of getting a doctor's appointment or filing an insurance claim seems to have become an Olympic sport in much of America. The system delays and denies care and rakes in profits while patients are left wondering how they're going to get the care they need. So the question before the Senate now is whether we want America's chief health officer to be somebody who's going to take on those corporate interests, somebody who's going to fight tooth and nail to lower costs and improve care, somebody who's going to work to protect and improve the federal health care programs that tens of millions of Americans rely on them, and not gut. Everything I've seen and heard from Mr. Kennedy over these last few weeks has led me, colleagues, to conclude he is not the person that America needs. Americans have little reason to take Mr. Kennedy at his word. They do, however, have every reason to believe Mr. Kennedy will continue to embrace and amplify anti-vaccine programs. Every reason to believe is he will back up Donald Trump's abortion bans, and every reason exists to examine the prospect that he'll be a rubber stamp for the Republican health agenda that would rip away the health care of so many Americans. Over the next 24 hours, Democrats are going to show the American people why these concerns are so serious. I yield the floor, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this nomination.
Right now. All time has expired. The question occurs on the Gabbard nomination.
Is there a sufficient second?
Is there a sufficient second?
There appears to be.
There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lamas, Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran.
Jim, are you still going back and forth every day?
No, I spent the night last night here, and
Mr. Moreno.
back and forth enough,
Mr. Mullen.
too much.
Ms. Markowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders.
I know, I don't want to hear it. Come over here, I'll tell you all about it, okay? No, we got,
Mr. Schatz.
yeah, we did. I know, that's right.
Mr. Schiff.
Probably nice when we got,
Mr. Schmidt.
we played that. We played,
Mr. Schumer.
no,
Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Grassley, Johnson, Justice, Lankford, Moran, Mullen, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tillis, Tuberville. Mr. Hoeven, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Coons, Hassan, Heinrich, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Murray, Peters, Schumer, Shaheen, Van Hollen, Wyden. Mr. McCormick? Aye. Mr. Ricketts? Aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith? Aye. Mrs. Fisher? Aye. Mr. Schiff? No. Mr. Bozeman? Aye. Mr. Schatz? No. Mr. Marshall? Aye. Mr. Gallego? No. Mr. Thune? Mr. Thune, aye.
19.
Ms. Duckworth? Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Ernst? Ms. Ernst, aye. Ms. Collins? Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Arono? No. Mr. Merkley? No. Ms. Cortez Masto? No. Mr. Ossoff? Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Baldwin? Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Kane, no. Miss Rosen, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Markowski, aye. Mr. Bennett, no.
It's like a fine enough state.
Mr. Hawley, aye.
Okay. Yeas are 52, nays are 48. Nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered, made, and laid upon the table, and the President will immediately notify of the Senate's actions.
Mr. President, I move to waive the mandatory quorum with respect to the Kennedy nomination.
Is there objection? Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. of California to be Secretary of Health and Human Services, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. A quorum is present. The question... What you want to do? The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. of California to be Secretary of Health and Human Services shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso.
Aye.
Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, thank you, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Ono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith.
I did not, thank you. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane.
No, yes.
Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford. Thanks. Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Capito, Kramer, Curtis, Fisher, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Justice, Kennedy, Lee, McConnell, McCormick, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, and Tuberville. Ms. Collins, aye. Senators voting in the negative:
Thank you.
Also Brooks, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Coons, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, Kim, Lujan, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Shaheen, Slotkin, and Smith. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Thank you. Mr. Schumer, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Hirono, no.
Is agreed to.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Department of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. of California to be Secretary.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon, sorry.
Mr. President, as we begin this discussion that is so important to America, I thought I would just mention the conversation I had recently with a couple of young medical students who came up to me and said, you know, we know you're interested in health care and have been involved in this, and I'm so appreciative of Senator Murray, who's going to pick up on the health care issue, an area where she has very substantial experience and expertise. And I thought these medical students summed up this debate, because they said, the way we see this Kennedy nomination, it's not just a vote for next week or even next year. This is a vote with enormous impact for decades, because Mr. Kennedy, according to these young students, these young medical students, has a long record of essentially being anti-science. And what we're going to do in our discussion of his nomination is go into that and other issues. And suffice it to say, during his confirmation hearings, and they've been in multiple committees now, he was given ample opportunity from members on both sides of the dais to clarify his views on science and vaccines and our nation's biggest federal health programs. And we're going to, in the hours ahead, touch on each of these and why Mr. Kennedy's failure to demonstrate a basic understanding of these important issues that impact America's health make him a uniquely unqualified nominee to become our nation's chief health care officer. And in beginning my remarks, Mr. President, I wanted to say that ever since my days with the Gray Panthers, I've always felt that health care is the most important issue. If you and your loved ones don't have your health, everything just goes by the board. So that just reinforces what these young medical students were saying about the decision we're going to make in future hours with respect to Mr. Kennedy. And I'm going to start with perhaps the most dangerous aspect of his long history, and that's his embrace and amplification of vaccine conspiracy theories. He's made a lucrative career out of sowing doubt in the minds of parents when it comes to vaccinating their kids. His, quote, nonprofit, the Children's Health Defense, is solely dedicated to peddling these conspiracies. You can even get merch. There are baby onesies, apparently, that read unvaxxed, unafraid, no vax, no problem. He's been the attorney of record on at least 5 cases against drug companies for their vaccines, which he didn't disclose to ethics officials and refused to answer questions about. He also refused to give up his 10% stake in any settlement agreements, instead passing them off to his son. And he refused to recuse himself from taking any actions that might affect his family's financial interest. A vaccine that has become routine for young people about 20 years ago was involved here, and since then it's successfully cut cervical cancer rates into just a fraction of what they were before the drug came to market. All of this adds up to a future HHS secretary who stands to profit off undermining this vaccine and as a result raise cervical cancer rates. To quote my Republican colleague, Senator Cassidy, a physician, Mr. Kennedy is financially vested in finding fault with vaccines. He also played a big role in one of the most deadly measles outbreaks in recent history. In 2019, he traveled to Samoa and used his platform to promote his anti-vax agenda, taking aim at the measles vaccine. The vaccine rate in Samoa plummeted. By 2019, measles had torn through the entire population, making more than 5,700 people sick, and 80 people were killed, most of them young kids. During his confirmation hearing at the Senate Finance Committee, Mr. Kennedy told me, and I quote, "We don't know what was killing them," speaking about those 83 deaths. But just last week, the Director General of the Health of Samoa called this claim by Mr. Kennedy, and I quote here, "a total fabrication." So, Mr. President and colleagues, just put that in your thinking about this consideration. Mr. Kennedy saying that he didn't know what was killing these young people in Samoa, and the Director General of the Health of Samoa called Mr. Kennedy's claim a total fabrication. A recent analysis showed that Mr. Kennedy has made 114 separate appearances in the last 4 years where he took anti-vaccine views or spread misinformation about the efficacy of the vaccines. In 36 of these instances, Mr. Kennedy directly linked vaccines to autism. Instead of providing the committee with clarity or reassurances about his decades-long career peddling of vaccine conspiracies, what did Mr. Kennedy do? He dodged, he weaved, he bobbed, and gave no indication that as Health and Human Services Secretary, he would stand by settled science that surrounds vaccines. As HHS Secretary, Mr. Kennedy would have a huge amount of control over how vaccines are promoted and administered in our country. He could issue orders that discourage doctors from sharing information with parents and patients about life-saving vaccines. He could issue an order that discourages schools from talking about or even requiring vaccines. He could rubber stamp an executive order from Donald Trump that defunds the Centers for Disease Control, which is essentially the agency in charge of getting Americans up-to-date information about vaccines and when to get them. Just imagine you're a parent scrolling on Instagram or listening to a podcast. You hear this gentleman speaking passionately about the danger of vaccines. Maybe you do a bit of research, and lo and behold, you find this is the Secretary of Health and Human Services, America's chief healthcare guy. You think to yourself, This guy must know what he's talking about. Maybe he's right when he's questioning if vaccines are safe and effective. So the seed of doubt on vaccines gets planted. And then at your kid's next wellness exam, you decide not to get them their next round of vaccinations. A few months later, you're taking them on a trip to Disneyland, say for spring break, where countless other parents like you have heard the same medical advice from the same person, and you too decided against vaccinating your kids. It only takes one of those kids carrying a deadly disease like measles for an outbreak to begin. And pretty soon, after what was supposed to be the spring break trip of your dreams, your kid, sadly, is showing symptoms. What follows then is a slew of doctor's appointments, maybe even a stay in the hospital, sleepless nights, missed days of work and school, not to mention dread and fear for your child's very well-being. Meanwhile, countless other parents around the country that went on the same trip to Disneyland are now experiencing the same exact nightmare you are. Sowing the seed of doubt in the minds of just a few people can have massive consequences for communities across the country. And it is not hypothetical. Right now, there's a measles outbreak in Texas that's sickened more than a dozen kids. The number of kindergartners showing up with an exemption for required vaccinations jumped to a record high last fall. The two facts are connected, and Mr. Kennedy and his allies can take the credit for it. Now, Mr. Kennedy is fond of saying he's not making recommendations about whether parents should vaccinate their kids. He's just asking questions and giving people choices. That's a slippery tactic used by conspiracy theorists to dodge any real responsibility for their words and actions, and it's absurd coming from somebody who's about to be confirmed for a job that is entirely about making recommendations. Mr. Kennedy is also fond of saying that if somebody shows him the science to prove he's wrong, well, then he'll apologize and retract his statements. But when somebody does show him the science proves him wrong, he just brushes it aside and basically will not accept it as fact. Once again, to quote my Republican colleague Bill Cassidy directly, to improve the health of Americans or undermine it, always asking for more evidence and never accepting the evidence that's there. That's why Bill Cassidy told Mr. Kennedy he was struggling with his nomination. So even Republicans like Senator Cassidy, someone I work with frequently on the Finance Committee and respect his opinion, he knows how dangerous this guy is. And it is not hyperbole to say that when Mr. Kennedy becomes Health and Human Services Secretary, if he does, and has control over how our government rolls out vaccines or make them available, I believe kids in America will die. And when disease rates for illnesses that have effective vaccines start to rise in states across the country, and hospitalizations and death tolls mount, my Republican colleagues are going to regret voting, if they do, for Mr. Kennedy today or early this morning. And when disease rates for illnesses that have effective vaccines start to rise in states across the country and death tolls, mount, again, we will see Republicans say, this is something that could have been prevented. What else should we have done? Republicans will be responsible for every child that dies as a result of not being vaccinated because it seems they care more about staying in the good graces of Donald Trump than they do about protecting the lives of kids. Again, this is something they will regret for years to come. Now, before we turn to Senator Murray's remarks, I'd just like to touch on Mr. Kennedy's stance on reproductive choice, an area where Senator Murray has been our leader for years and years in the Senate. In the lead up to and during his failed presidential campaign, Mr. Kennedy repeatedly claimed he supported a woman's right to make her own health care decisions. Less than a year ago, in an Instagram post on June 14th last year, he stated that he supports the emerging consensus in this country that abortion should be legal up to a certain number of weeks. Fast forward to his confirmation again at the Senate Finance Committee a few weeks ago. He was pressed repeatedly by Democrats about his stance on abortion. Instead of clarifying, Mr. Kennedy defaulted to a clearly rehearsed talking point that he repeated over and over again. Quote, "I agree with President Trump. Every abortion is a tragedy." While that answer doesn't give us much clarity, it's certainly telling. Mr. Kennedy has a long history of changing his stance on healthcare issue after healthcare issue to whatever position benefits him at the moment, as long as it earns him power or it earns him a paycheck. As far as I can tell, Mr. Kennedy will believe, or at least pretend to believe, whatever you want him to. He's willing to give up his principles and all of his beliefs that women and mothers are better equipped to make their own health care decisions than politicians. And it's all about, as we've talked about on this floor, staying in Donald Trump's orbit of power. While Mr. Kennedy recites rehearsed talking points on the subject, this is an issue that has had real, deadly consequences for women, as Senator Murray has said again and again. Donald Trump spent his first term packing the Supreme Court with right-wing extremists willing to rip away the reproductive freedoms guaranteed to us under Roe versus Wade. In the wake of the Supreme Court's gutting Roe, millions of women living in red states have had their reproductive freedoms ripped away from them, all due to Donald Trump. In the years since the overturn of Roe, there have been countless headlines about the consequences of these abortion bans. Women bleeding out in parking lots or in emergency rooms because they were denied care. Women becoming infertile and losing their ability to have kids in the future because they couldn't get care. And in the very worst cases, women dying. So it should horrify every American that we don't actually know where Mr. Kennedy stands. The man who could become our nation's chief health care officer, we don't know where he stands on reproductive health, short of perhaps just saying he's a yes man for anything Donald Trump tells him to do. So I think at this point, Mr. President, I want to yield the floor to my friend and colleague from Washington State, because she knows so much about the challenge of ensuring that women's reproductive health services are being protected. And as Secretary of Health and Human Services, Mr. Kennedy could do so much damage to the well-being and health of women, and I'm very pleased to be able to yield the floor to her to discuss that and other pressing issues.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my colleague from Oregon who has very clearly stated why this nominee is not someone who should be holding the title of Secretary of Health and Human Services, and I appreciate all of his work on this and his wise words. I hope everyone heeds them. Mr. President, the American people are watching now with alarm because the vast majority of people know vaccines are safe, they're effective, they are life-saving. But we are now on the verge of confirming as our nation's highest health official, a man who has spent considerable time, money, and effort undermining that basic fact. A man who has abused his platform by refusing to acknowledge the well-established science that shows that vaccines are not linked to autism. Fear about that point, fueled by RFK Jr. and others peddling misinformation, is a leading reason that parents do not get their kids vaccinated against preventable, dangerous diseases. That is why elevating a man like RFK Jr. to lead HHS would be so dangerous. Just giving him any platform to spread vaccine doubt is dangerous, but to give him one of the biggest megaphones in the world, it is truly shameful that we even are debating this. My colleagues should know better. They actually do know better. They are looking the other way. They are choosing to pretend like it is in any way believable that RFK Jr. won't use his new power to do exactly the thing he has been trying to do for decades, undermine vaccines. Never mind the fact that CDC has already modified web pages with information about vaccines and other vital public health information, which a federal judge has now ordered the Trump administration to restore it. Never mind that the Trump administration is also reportedly planning widespread and significant layoffs at CDC and across HHS. This is how RFK Jr. substitutes his own beliefs for science. So when the vaccine conspiracy starts swirling and RFK Jr. turns HHS into ground zero for misinformation, I had no idea it is not going to be an excuse for confirming him, because at the Health Committee hearing, the chair pressed him repeatedly about the debunked claim that vaccines cause autism. And when RFK Jr. said he needed to see the evidence, he was shown the evidence. But to no one's surprise, he did not keep his word, admit he'd been wrong, and spread the good news that vaccines do not cause autism. He's had 2 weeks since that hearing to look at the same settled science as everyone else. Crickets. But he won't hesitate to quote the latest anti-vax conspiracy. He's totally up to speed on that front. Are my colleagues really buying this guy will take an impartial look at the science? If you think RFK Jr. will change who he is, you are lying to yourself. He has given no evidence to suggest that and all the evidence in the world to the contrary. Given his long and growing track record, we cannot just pretend if RFK Jr. finally gets power to undermine vaccines, a cause he has dedicated a considerable amount of time and effort to, that he'll just give up. That is not believable. And I know I've been talking a lot about vaccines because it is so obviously alarming. But the responsibility he would have goes far beyond that. So let's break some of this down. Both the ways he could undermine vaccines as HHS Secretary and the other responsibilities that would be at stake. To start with, the CDC is under HHS. That means that the Secretary directly appoints people to CDC's Vaccine Advisory Board. That board is responsible for making recommendations about vaccines, and it is those recommendations that determine whether or not certain vaccines have to be covered by insurance. So simply put, changing those recommendations will change what vaccines millions of Americans, including kids, will be able to get from their healthcare provider. If he is confirmed, there would be nothing stopping RFK Jr. from firing the entire board and replacing them all with vaccine skeptics. After all, he has said many times and in many ways, he thinks CDC is corrupt and bought by pharma, as usual, by the way, without any evidence. RFK Jr. would also oversee the Food and Drug Administration. That is another agency he has repeatedly tried to discredit and attack, where he says he plans to fire hundreds of scientists on day one, and an agency that plays the crucial role of making sure our drugs and our treatments, including vaccines, are safe and effective when we purchase them. Not only would Mr. Kennedy have a key perch from which he would undermine vaccines on a scale like never seen before, he could also use that platform to peddle quack treatments. No basis in science. RFK Jr. would also have jurisdiction over NIH. That alone means influence over billions of dollars in medical research, research that is responsible for a significant portion of our economy, and more importantly, research that patients are desperately hoping will help them find cures. But RFK Jr. could redirect those funds to promote his favorite pet conspiracies instead of promising cures. Or he could make good on his plan to fire hundreds of researchers and pause infectious disease research for 8 years. It should go without saying, viruses aren't going to take a break. And here's the thing, the attacks on medical research are now already happening under Trump. From his day one executive orders, President Trump has already been threatening medical research. Suddenly, all of our grants are at risk because they are looking at addressing barriers to care or understanding why Black and Native American women have higher maternal death rates. And now President Trump also is trying to illegally, arbitrarily, and suddenly change NIH guidelines to set an unrealistic low cap on indirect cost rates. That will mean researchers laid off, studies canceled, including life-saving clinical trials, and kids not able to get the treatment they need. All because President Trump and Elon Musk don't seem to understand how we actually fund important research. and couldn't even be bothered to find out before taking an axe to our medical research labs. At a time when life-saving research like this is already under attack from President and the richest man in the world, no one who truly values medical research should vote to install one of the biggest attackers of medical science as the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Mr. President, insurance is another huge portfolio for HHS. Last time Trump was in office, we saw millions of people lose their health care coverage. The uninsured rate went up after years of hard-won progress. And we all know he still wants to rip up the Affordable Care Act, which will drive up costs and kick people off their coverage. There's no reason to think Mr. Kennedy will stand up to that effort. Indeed, there is no reason to think he has the experience and understanding of the system to actually do so. During his committee hearings, RFK Jr. confused Medicare and Medicaid. This is basic stuff. He failed to describe the components of Medicare. And yes, Mr. President, I do absolutely have to talk about abortion care. This is of grave importance right now. In his hearings, not only did RFK Jr. confess to having no real understanding of EMTALA, that is a law which requires patients have access to life-saving emergency care, including, in some cases, abortion care. He also showed that he will be totally open to Republicans' fact-free efforts to rip away access to medication abortion. Like so many other issues that RFK Jr. is simply wrong about, the science on that has been settled for many years now. Mr. Kennedy made clear, though, he's very open to revisiting access to the abortion pill based on a Republican argument against the science that basically boils down to nah. Putting up barriers to accessing the abortion pill or ripping it off the market completely, as Republicans have made very clear they want to do, would be absolutely devastating. And let's not forget about pandemic threats. The lies that RFK Jr. spread during the last pandemic already make clear he is not the man to do this job. But if that weren't enough, when there was a pandemic threat response planning session for this new administration, he skipped it. He didn't go. It would be almost comical if this wasn't so serious. Mr. President, everywhere you look, everything about this nominee is so concerning. We cannot take this man at his word, something he has changed and gone back and forth on time and time again, but we can take him on his record, which is that he has consistently undermined vaccine confidence. And by the way, note, he profited from that. And we can take the threat of what he might do seriously, especially given the alarming things that are already happening. If RFK Jr. gives you his word of honor that he won't freeze research, guess what? We're already seeing the Trump administration totally upend medical research. Thanks to the Trump funding freeze, NIH hasn't issued any grants award in weeks. If RFK Jr. swears that he's not going to take down information about vaccines, he's not going to silence experts, well, don't look now. But the Trump administration has already taken down or changed CDC pages about vaccines. They have already silenced public health experts. If RFK Jr. pinky promises you that he won't undermine medical science or studies or and he won't ignore global health threats, well, you might want to sit down for this, but President Trump has completely demolished our global health aid work. He has already completely demolished it. The fallout is utterly heart-wrenching. Already we know of a woman who died because the USAID-supported hospital she went to for oxygen was forced to discharge her because they got a stop work order from the Trump administration. It's not clear if she was the first death caused by Trump's complete freeze, but there is no question she will not be the last. And Mr. President, let me make a really important point here. It is not just people across the world who will be affected by this. There was a study being done on a new HIV treatment with thousands of volunteers. Study being done, already having 1,000 volunteers doing the treatment. But now, without their regular injections, which are cut off by Trump's move, there's going to be too little of the drug in their system to protect those people from HIV, but enough of the drug that if they contract HIV, it could mutate to become drug resistant. So for all the absolutely unhinged conspiracies we've heard about medical research from RFK Jr. and the like, where is the concern of this actual risk in this actual study happening right now, all because President Trump cut off foreign assistance? RFK Jr. has been silent about that risk, silent about how wrong that is. And so even as he is making these empty promises on one hand to some of our colleagues, he's already standing by as President Trump breaks them on the other hand. Oh, and here's one more. If RFK Jr. says he's going to consult you on healthcare personnel, please do not be fooled. Look, I don't know why my colleagues need me to tell them this. I like to think we have some pretty smart people around here. But this vote, RFK Jr.'s own nomination, this is your consultation on healthcare personnel, not some made-up promise for later. This is the point you have the most power. Whatever he might say, you don't get to choose who RFK Jr. will appoint to this or that. Heck, he doesn't get to choose who President Trump appoints. The decision you get to make, all of us on this floor get to make, is the decision before us right now. You get to choose who you vote to confirm, and you will have to live with that decision. And if you ignore the warning signs and confirm RFK Jr., then when the wheels fall off the wagon, you may try to tell yourself you were lied to, but you knew who you were dealing with. You knew who you were dealing with. You knew what he said before and what he has refused to say. You had all the knowledge you needed to do the right thing. I cannot tell my colleagues enough, this is not a game. This is not a political role without consequence. The health secretary has real power over whether Americans can get basic information and care that impacts whether they live or die. As I have tried to drive home throughout this process, vaccines save lives. That is not a question. It is not a slogan. It is a fact. If when parents look to you, worried about their newborn, wanting to do what is best for their baby, and trusting your advice as a public health leader, if you cannot tell them the same truth that centuries of science and experience tells us, which is that vaccines are safe and effective and life-saving, then you have absolutely no business leading the Department of Health and Human Services, none. And so just as I did at the hearing, I want to warn all of my colleagues, by merely voting to confirm Mr. Kennedy, we would be telling our constituents he's worth listening to on vaccines. That alone will get people killed before he even lifts a finger, because he does not even need the levers of power to get people killed. All he needs is that megaphone. To affirm his views by voting to confirm him as our highest health official, let's not mince words about what that will mean. When babies die from whooping cough because parents weren't sure if the vaccine was safe, will you be able to look them in the eye? When the flu sweeps our nursing homes, when measles sweep through our communities, will it be worth it? Mr. President, I will end on this. I'm sure there are plenty of members who know perfectly well just how dangerous it would be to confirm RFK Jr. They don't need to hear it from me. In fact, some of them even know the danger better than I do. But here's what I do know. Conscience is a muscle. Courage is a muscle. The less you use them, the more they fade away. So if my colleagues are feeling the pressure from President Trump, or if they're feeling the weight of the richest man in the world on their backs on this vote, I would warn them. This will certainly not be the last test we face here in the Senate. Giving into this pressure now won't make it go away. It won't soften the pressure you face later, and it will not strengthen your resolve when the stakes are higher. It will just show pressure works. If you do not draw a line somewhere, you will cross every line you could ever imagine. You will be pushed further and further into accepting things you thought you never would, things you thought you never could. I think most of my colleagues know what really is at stake here. I think most of my colleagues know what sort of man RFK Jr. is and what sort of damage he could do if he's confirmed. There are political realities, we all get that, but there is also right and wrong. There's fact and fiction. There's people staying healthy and people dying pointlessly, kids dying pointlessly from diseases that we can prevent because they thought Congress took its job vetting our health care secretary seriously. So, Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to show some courage. I urge them to show some conscience. I urge them to vote no on RFK Jr.'s nomination. Mr. President, I yield 30 minutes of post-cloture debate time to the Democratic leader, and I yield the floor.
There's no microphone. There we go.
President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I find it so interesting how people are watching so closely to see what this administration does. And I've been so pleased to see that the polling shows by an overwhelming amount 70% of the American people agree with how President Donald Trump is carrying out his job, getting things done for the American people, things that they voted to see done. And he is keeping those promises. Now, when we look at the issue of illegal immigration, we see that in his first weeks back in office, what he has done at the top of his to-do list has been to take action to secure this border. The numbers that we are seeing, how they have dropped with the number of encounters, with the number of gotaways, this is encouraging. The message is out there. The U.S. is going to protect and defend its sovereignty. We are going to protect and defend our people. That is important, and we are seeing it. Now, the President has taken some executive actions that have yielded results. By executive order, he restored the Remain in Mexico policy. He restarted the border wall construction, which, by the way, Mr. President, this is something the Border Patrol has told us not for just a few years, but for decades. We need a border wall. That's where the phrase, build the wall, came from. It came from people that are down there every day protecting this country from harm. The President has also ended catch and release. Now, that's that practice where somebody comes across and then they get their paper that they're claiming asylum and they're told that they can go on into the country and go wherever, and there are nonprofits down there on the border, and they give them a plane ticket and food and a phone, and off they go to their desired destination at taxpayer expense. So that has ended. The President has also sent troops to the southern border, and thank goodness we are seeing these deportations of criminal illegal aliens taking place. Yesterday in Nashville, we had 8 that were apprehended in a human trafficking ring. 8. 2 of them were linked to Tren de Agua. They were Tren de Agua gang members. Now, these are all things that the President is doing to make this country safe. And we have security moms all across this country, and certainly across Tennessee, that are reaching out to us and saying, keep it going. Deport those that are criminally in this country. Let's carry this out. We're seeing such good results. In operations across the country, ICE, which is Immigration and Customs Enforcement, has arrested 11,000 30,000 criminal illegal aliens, including many violent offenders and gang members. Since Inauguration Day, migrant encounters at the southern border have reportedly dropped 87%. As I said, Mr. President, we are seeing results. We know that for years, former President Biden allowed more than 10 million illegal aliens to enter the country, including tens of thousands of convicted criminals and more than 1.7 million known gotaways. And for 4 years, Tennesseans and Americans across the country have suffered the tragic consequences, including rampant migrant crime. Recently, our Tennessee District Attorneys General Conference released a report documenting the widespread migrant crime in our state during the final months of the Biden administration. Now, the report confirms what we already know, that during the Biden years, every town was a border town, every state was a border state. So our Tennessee District Attorneys General took the last 3 months of 2024 and they said, let's look at what is happening in these last 3 months and see how this has escalated. Now, of course, we know that under Joe Biden, violent crime rose 43% his first year that he was in office. And what we saw from the District Attorney General's report, that there were in 3 months, now this is a 3-month number, there were 2,719 reports of illegal aliens being charged or convicted of 3,854 offenses in the state of Tennessee. Among them, the most common offense was driving under the influence. There were 654 arrests of those illegally in the country driving under the influence. These offenses accounted for more than 13% of all DUI arrests across the entire state. And this problem is a big reason why last year my Republican colleagues and I introduced the Protect Our Communities from DUIs Act. This bill would automatically deport any illegal alien who is charged with driving under the influence. Mr. President, as I have gone across our state, in each of our 95 counties, which I visit every year, into each of these counties, I have heard from law enforcement, from police chiefs, from sheriffs, that these DUIs are such an incredible problem, and the number that are committed by those illegally in the country. Now, over this same 3-month period, illegal aliens committed hundreds of violent, heinous crimes, 154 instances of domestic assault, 80 of aggravated assault, 21 convicted of child abuse, 9 of statutory rape, 8 of sexual exploitation of a minor, 7 of vehicular homicide, 4 of murder, 3 of rape of a child, and the list goes on and on. As I said, over 2,700 illegally in the country that were convicted of more than 3,800 crimes. Disturbingly, these numbers are likely an undercount. Only 73 of Tennessee's 95 counties reported data to the District Attorneys General Conference. Under Biden, national data showed that illegal aliens were pouring in from countries all over the world, and the Tennessee Migrant Crime Report also reflects this. There were 92 unique countries of origin from Mexico and Guatemala, Jamaica, Romania. Here's the bottom line. Because of Joe Biden's open border policy that was supported by far too many of my Democratic colleagues, thousands of crimes were committed by thousands of criminal illegal aliens in the state of Tennessee over just a 3-month span. And this, my colleagues, is just one state. This is my state. But we know this is happening in communities all across this country. More than anything, the report underscores the importance of President Trump's mass deportations, which are underway. There are many ways that Congress can support these efforts. My CLEAR Act, which I've talked about many times on the floor, would ensure state and local law enforcement officials have the tools to help the federal government deport criminal illegal aliens. This is crucial, especially when you've got far-left leaders like the Chicago mayor refusing to turn over criminal illegal aliens to federal custody. Now, General Bondi is suing these sanctuary cities for allowing criminal illegal aliens who have no right to be in our great nation to harm Americans. And thank goodness she is being tough on crime. I've also introduced the Preventing Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act, which would allow the deportation of illegal aliens convicted of sexual offenses or domestic violence. Any illegal alien who commits these heinous crimes should be removed from the country immediately, and I encourage all of my colleagues on each side of the aisle, support this. And my Container Act would ensure that border states like Texas have the legal authority to place temporary barriers on federal land to help stop the flow of traffickers, drugs, and criminals coming across the border. There are thousands of criminal illegal aliens residing in Tennessee and across the country. We should be using every resource at our disposal to remove them from our country. In many ways, the bills that I've mentioned would help President Trump to get the job done. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Hawaii.
it is not often that the stakes of a vote to confirm a cabinet nominee are this high. But tomorrow, when we vote on the nomination of RFK Jr. to be the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services, the stakes will be life and death. Mr. Kennedy, in his words, but more importantly in his actions, has proven over and over again that he is a unique danger to society. But he's on the edge of becoming the country's top health leader with the power to unleash bygone diseases and undermine trust in science for generations to come. For the first time ever, we will have a health secretary who has actively helped to cause outbreaks instead of to contain them. We'll have someone in charge of medical research who's taken every opportunity to undermine science instead of promoting it. We'll have someone who's never come across a crazy idea that he didn't like, whether it's that antidepressants are the cause of mass shootings or chemicals in the water are turning children gay. This is the Secretary of the Health and Human Services Department. Those two things right there should be immediately disqualifying. This should be 100-0. This guy used to be a Democrat. This guy was pro-choice. This guy was for clean energy. This shouldn't be a partisan issue except to say, for HHS, you need somebody who has devoted their life and hopefully has some expertise in the area of public health. And it's not just that we didn't get someone who has expertise in public health. We have someone who has caused disease and death. And I say those words with precision. I understand that both sides of the aisle are prone to exaggerating their case and being apocalyptic when we describe a pending vote. I've been here for a while, and everything is always the most important vote that we will ever cast. And I don't know if this is the most important vote we'll ever cast. I do think, gosh, I hope I'm wrong. I really do hope I'm wrong. But I do think this is likely the cabinet secretary vote that is likely to age the most poorly, because this person has the potential to actually cause diseases like rubella, like mumps, like measles, like polio, that have been gone for many generations because we have a vaccine regime. And I want to tell you what he did in Samoa. In 2019, he flew to Samoa to discourage people from taking the measles vaccine. And the reason was that he wanted to run a, quote, natural experiment to see how people would fare against the disease without protections. Now, some of you may know this. My father was the first whistleblower against the Tuskegee experiments, in which the United States Public Health Service did a similar thing. They knew that penicillin cured syphilis, and they knew that for the most part, untreated syphilis caused death. But the U.S. Public Health Service decided to divide a cohort of African American men into two parts. One would receive the medicine and be safe and be cured, and another cohort would receive a placebo and not get the life-saving cure for syphilis. And why did they do that? To, quote, observe the disease process. To observe the disease process. So when you investigate whether or not a medicine works, there's a whole process to it, right? The FDA, double-blind studies, all the rest of it. But the basic idea is you're trying to get to some level of reliability and statistical significance so that you can project out into the population what's going to work and what's not. Now, the sick in the head way to do this is to say you can't achieve statistical significance until you just let a bunch of people get sick and figure out what happens. The United States Congress, led by someone with whom I served for a couple of years, Tom Harkin, when they found out about the Tuskegee experiments, made a law against the U.S. Public Health Service ever doing that again because it's immoral. It's bad science, sure. But more than that, it treated these African American men as if they were worth experimenting on, as if this category of human beings in the United States were expendable for scientific research purposes, and that's exactly what happened in Samoa. That is exactly what happened in Samoa. 6,000 people got the measles, 83 people died, 79 of them were kids. It is so chilling to contemplate the idea that someone as recognizable as a Kennedy would fly across an ocean to a small developing country and basically tell everybody, be afraid of this life-saving medicine. And it's not like he did that once and said, I'm sorry, I misunderstood, or I'm being misunderstood. This dude actually sells onesies on his website saying, I think it's like unvaxxed and unafraid, for a little baby. This guy has views that are out of the mainstream of, I would guess, 99 out of 100 United States senators. And I do understand the pressure that some of my colleagues are facing. They're being told, if you vote against one Trump nominee, you will be primaried. So that's not a small amount of pressure. But this one, I just promise you, it's not going to age well. Some of my colleagues are expressing reservations in private. And I think that's better than not expressing any reservations at all. And some of them are getting private assurances from Mr. Kennedy that he does not, in fact, hate all vaccines. He just wants to answer questions and all the rest of it. I am not reassured. I think this person has demonstrated over a pretty long career that he says whatever is convenient in the moment, right? This is like an unreconstructed, he's Kennedy. He was running for president in the Democratic primary, and now he's a Trump guy like 10 months later. What does that mean? It means he's got no core values, right? Like there's just no way to go from over here to over here politically in such a short period of time, except that he was offered something, and he was offered this job. And why does he want this job? Because he's got a very specific view about public health. And I just want to make one other point. The problem of our food system, right? The problem of the extent to which we subsidize ultra-processed foods that are coming from commodities that are subsidized in the Farm Bill and causing people to get increasingly diabetic and all the related health problems that happen related to that. Like that's a really legitimate place to do some good bipartisan work. And I would love to do that. It's also not what the HHS secretary does. It's what the United States Department of Agriculture does for the most part. And it's what the Congress does. The problem is the Farm Bill. The problem is you get what you subsidize. And we are subsidizing all the corn products and all the soy products and all the sugar products that go into the lab-tested, extra delicious, extra bad for you, extra addictive stuff that is making us all, even though we're the wealthiest country in human history, a very unhealthy country. And so if that's all this guy we're working on, you can count me in. But if your idea of public health has to do with healthy food, has to do with prevention, has to do with understanding that our food system and our agricultural system and our USDA and our Farm Bill process is essentially broken, you don't actually have to purchase this kind of crazy, evil stuff. You just don't. You don't have to do it. There's lots of good people on the food system side you can work with, work for, cheer on, organize with. But this man is going around, he's not talking about the COVID vaccine. He's not talking about whether or not it's appropriate to require masks in public, where Democrats and Republicans are like still arguing about stuff like that. He's talking about stuff that, like, if you're a parent and now you don't know whether when your kid goes to school they've reached herd immunity for stuff that is like way generations back in the rearview mirror. And so I don't know if this is going to mark one of the most important public health moments in American history, but I can't think of another time where we actually have the technology, we have the medicine, we have the science, we have the distribution system, we have the public infrastructure to keep people safe. And we just decide by a vote of 53 to 47 to make people unsafe. So, Secretary of Defense, DNI, all these are important. Treasury, every cabinet position is important. It's going to be a little more challenging to know whether your vote is vindicated in the sweep of history. I think this guy is going to age very poorly in the job because I think we are going to see bad public health outcomes very shortly. This really is a matter of life and death. And I understand. What I have learned over the last 10 days is if Republicans are going to display courage, it's not going to be on the cabinet. There are a few that have voted, not with their party, but for the most part, like, they're in line and Trump is going to get his cabinet. But let this be a marker for everybody. Let today be a marker for everybody. Even if you voted for Trump, if you didn't vote for Trump, if you're not a voter, it doesn't matter. If you think it's a good idea to leave all of these diseases in the rearview mirror, then this is a very, very bad person to have running the Department of Health and Human Services. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2 weeks ago, I had the
Senator from
opportunity.
Maryland.
2 weeks ago, I had the opportunity to question Robert F. Kennedy, Jr., the President's nominee to serve as the Health and Human Services, to serve as the Secretary of Health and Human Service. I asked Mr. Kennedy, Jr., a simple question. What different vaccine schedule would you say I should have received? I asked this question because just 3 years ago, Kennedy said, and I quote, "We should not be giving black people the same vaccine schedule that's given to whites because their immune system is better than ours." When I asked him this question, Mr. Kennedy referenced a study by Poland, a study he assured me, and not just me, but also my colleagues on both sides of the aisle and the American people watching, that this study asserted that indeed certain races required a different vaccine schedule. That was a lie. In fact, the study's own authors stated the data doesn't support a change in vaccine schedule based on race. Mr. Kennedy's response was damning, and his response was dangerous. And so I followed up following the hearing with a letter and with questions I wrote to Mr. Kennedy. During your testimony, you cited a series of Poland studies that underlie your claims that black people and white people should have different vaccine schedules. You ended by saying, in that hearing, you don't believe the science, the peer-reviewed studies? Well, Mr. Kennedy, I do believe in science, and I did some digging into the studies you referenced. NPR interviewed the authors of the studies you cited, medical experts with years of experience, and they universally disagreed with your assertions. In fact, Dr. Richard Kennedy of the Mayo Clinic, who was involved in a study you mentioned, made clear that the data doesn't support a change in vaccine schedule based on race. Dr. Kennedy also stated that your suggestion would be, quote, twisting the data far beyond what the studies actually demonstrate. Dr. Gregory Poland, who you mentioned by name during the hearing as doing research supportive of your claim, told NPR that his team, quote, found no evidence of increased vaccine side effects, and that any claim of increased vulnerability among African Americans who received the rubella vaccine is, quote, simply not supported by either this study or the science. NPR quoted Dr. Carlos Del Rio of Emory University as saying that your conclusion was, quote, taking it to a very unsafe place because black children already have lower vaccination rates than their peers. That is why I said your claims on this issue were dangerous. I have to ask you, Mr. Kennedy, do you still believe that black and white individuals should have different vaccination schedules? Now, you should think that the man who wants to serve as the Secretary of Health and Human Services, the man who wants to be tasked with the mission of HHS, which is improving the health, safety, and well-being of America, would provide a thoughtful and nuanced response. It was anything but. Because let's be clear, Mr. Kennedy is not a doctor, he is not a scientist. In fact, his only tangential connection to the world of health and science is decades-long activism questioning the efficacy and safety of vaccines. Maybe I shouldn't have been surprised at his curt and dismissive response. Mr. Kennedy wrote, "If confirmed, I will do nothing as HHS Secretary that makes it difficult or discourages people from taking the vaccines, but instead seek transparency in these products." Yet another lie. Mr. Kennedy's life story is one riddled with quackery and laden with conspiracy theories. I quote him when he said, "There's no vaccine that is safe and effective." I quote, "None of the childhood vaccines have ever been studied." He also said, I quote, "They get the shot, That night, they have a fever of 103. They go to sleep, and 3 months later, their brain is gone. This is a Holocaust, what this country is doing. I quote, autism comes from vaccines. The polio vaccine given to his generation caused cancer that, I quote, that killed many, 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 many more people than polio ever did. The COVID vaccine was, and he said, quote, the deadliest ever made. He also said, I quote, COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese. He also said there's no vaccine that is, you know, safe and effective. All statements made by a man who is asking to be held responsible for a singular mission. The mission of the United States Department of Health and Human Services is to enhance the health and well-being of all Americans by providing for effective health and human services and by fostering sound, sustained advances in the sciences underlying medicine, public health, and social services. It is a task of epic responsibility, a serious job that, when done well, can save hundreds of thousands of lives. A job that, when done poorly, will most certainly cost American lives. And let us not speak of Mr. Kennedy in a vacuum. We have now held the floor multiple times over the past week over a string of nominees that are dangerous to the American people. Not because, and I cannot stress this enough, we disagree with their politics or their worldview. We can have robust policy debate. We can have robust scientific debate. In fact, robust debate has the potential to move us forward as a country. Respectful debate is the hallmark of this body. It is a crucial component of free speech. I went to law school, and I spent years in the courtroom trying cases, making my arguments before a jury of my peers, grounding my arguments for a basic set of evidentiary facts. But what we are dealing with here isn't a debate. It's a popularity contest and a test of loyalty. Mr. Kennedy is not in this position today as the nominee for Secretary of Health and Human Services because of his vast experience in medicine. Mr. Kennedy is not in this position today because of his deep scientific knowledge. Mr. Kennedy is not in this position today because he has respect for the scientific method. Mr. Kennedy is not in this position today because he respects medicine. Mr. Kennedy, like many of his fellow nominees, is in this position today because of his deep loyalty to the President of the United States. What makes our job increasingly difficult as members of the U.S. Senate is that we have the duty to advise and consent, and it isn't just a privilege of this chamber, it's a responsibility to speak for the people of our state as well as the American people as we evaluate the qualifications, the experience, and the temperament of a president's cabinet nominees. What is happening on the part of my Republican colleagues is not advice and consent. The sole qualification being assessed is loyalty. Not loyalty to country, not loyalty to the American people, not loyalty to the duties and responsibilities we have been entrusted with by the voters in each of our states. The sole qualification up for assessment is loyalty to the president. And Mr. Kennedy has that in spades. But loyalty to this president comes at a cost. Not a cost to the billionaires, not a cost to the people in this body, a cost to the American people. Democratic Americans, Republican Americans, independent Americans, Americans who voted for this president, Americans who did not, and Americans who did not vote at all. The president has been consistent that he believes the American people delivered him a mandate to carry out his agenda. With respect to the health, safety, and well-being of America, the purview of Health and Human Services, the president believes that cutting funds for medical research into things like cures for cancer is apparently a part of that mandate. Just this weekend, the President announced massive cuts to NIH, an agency which I'm proud to say has its home in Maryland. The mission of the National Institutes of Health is to seek fundamental knowledge about the nature and behavior of living systems and the application of that knowledge to enhance health, lengthen life, and reduce illness and disability. It falls under the very agency Mr. Kennedy is seeking to run. Here are what some scientists, people I implore Mr. Kennedy to listen to despite his apparent distaste for the profession, had to say about these massive cuts. Dr. Richard Huganier, professor and chairman of the Department of Neuroscience at Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine in my state of Maryland, said, and I quote, "We were all just dumbstruck. I'm calling it the apocalypse of American science. This will basically change science as we know it in the United States. The bottom line is that we are going to have a lot less resources, which obviously means we are going to have to lay people off and research will be slowed down." Dr. Otis Brawley, professor of oncology and epidemiology at the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine and the Bloomberg School of Public Policy said, and I quote, "We're going to see health research kneecapped." Dr. Brawley has actually overseen grants at the National Cancer Institute, which is a part of the NIH, as well as received them from his cancer research. He went on to say, and I quote, "People who are getting treated in clinical trials now for cancer will find many of those trials will close down." Dr. David J. Skorton, president of the Association of American Medical Colleges, said, and I quote, "These are real consequences. Longer waits for cures and for diagnosis, slower scientific progress, losing out to competitors around the world, and fewer jobs. Those who are facing any health challenges will suffer from less biomedical research." Dr. Robert Lefkowitz, a Duke University professor, my alma mater, go Blue Devils, professor of medicine who won the Nobel Peace Prize in Chemistry in 2012, said, and I quote, "I think the American people need to understand how devastating it would be if this goes through. A lot of research would just have to stop. I cannot imagine that the shortfall could be met from other sources." NIH funding supports over 600 current and ongoing clinical trials at Johns Hopkins in Maryland. The NIH supports hundreds more critical research projects and clinical trials at the University of Maryland. Clinical trials in cancer, pediatrics and children's health, heart and vascular studies, and the aging brain. Research on traumatic brain injury to members of the military, suicide prevention, addiction, and patient safety. Clinical trials supporting over 23,000 jobs and $5.7 billion in economic activity in Maryland. These massive cuts will lead to over $200 million in losses to Hopkins and over $50 million in losses to the University of Maryland. Now, I may not be a Republican voter, but I can assure you Republicans across our country aren't seeking to stymie progress on a cure for cancer. By putting the NIH in its crosshairs, the president is targeting some of the most vulnerable Americans. The young child suffering from sickle cell disease, the working mom who's also struggling to care for a parent with Alzheimer's, the family member suffering from an opioid addiction, the father dying of lung cancer, all diseases being actively researched by the NIH. Disease and suffering does not respect the boundary of partisan politics. It impacts each and every American family. And it falls in part to the Secretary of Health and Human Services to do everything in his power to get us closer to cures. Instead, I fear we have a nominee before us who is more interested in getting us closer to conspiracies. And with loyalty to the man in the White House, as opposed to the health and well-being of the American public, Mr. Kennedy is likely to follow his boss in supporting a tax on Medicaid. This administration and my Republican colleagues are seeking to upend federal Medicaid financing and are considering per capita caps and repealing Medicaid expansion funding. Let me make this simple. The Republican framework to cut Medicaid puts nearly 435,000 Marylanders at risk of losing coverage. It will lead to major gaps in health care coverage and undermine family economic security. It will put quality care out of reach for more families. And at the risk of sounding like a broken record, these are Democratic families. These are Republican families. That shouldn't matter to the president or the nominee for the Department of Health and Human Services. All that should matter is that these are proud American families. The administration's attacks on Medicaid would kick millions of people off their health coverage and force states to make deep cuts to benefits, eligibility, and reimbursement rates. My state can't afford these cuts. Maryland's families can't afford these cuts. 96% of eligible children in Maryland are supported by Medicaid and/or CHIP. Cuts would disproportionately hurt children with the lowest incomes and the highest health care needs. At a time when Americans are struggling under the weight of inflation, scraping to pay for food, gas, and housing, we cannot strip away or cut their health coverage. That's a cruel move that will certainly bankrupt many individuals and families. Many Americans are one catastrophe away from financial ruin. And if you take away their coverage and access to affordable care, it will be realized. Don't just take it from me. Marylanders have been calling and writing in, demanding that Congress do everything it can to fight against attacks to Medicaid. Jacqueline from Baltimore shared this with us. One day I was at work and passed out in the bathroom. Had to be cut out of the restroom by the firemen. After being in a coma for 12 days, it was determined that I was diabetic. Having Medicaid saved my life. If I did not have Medicaid or any insurance, I would have been sent home and who knows what would have happened. Another constituent from Ellicott City shared this. My 22-year-old son has autism and a significant cognitive disability. He is a happy, affectionate person who loves being around people and being physically active. Due to behavioral challenges at home, he lives in a group home. This environment is one in which he can be safe and thrive. He also attends a program licensed by the state's Developmental Disability Administration Monday through Fridays, 9 to 3. This program provides meaningful day services. Both his group home and day program services are funded through DDA's Medicaid waiver. Given the cost of my son's services and the services of many other individuals with developmental disabilities, a limit on federal Medicaid dollars would no doubt force Maryland to reduce services. If my son was not able to continue living in his group home, he would have become homeless. Another impact of Medicaid cuts could be his health care, as he is fully reliant upon Medicaid for his health insurance. He will never be able to work enough hours to draw health insurance benefits due to his disability. Such an anecdote should stir all of us to action. It should stir the members of this body to take more seriously our duty to advise and consent, to push back against the nominee who sees his role as a loyal foot soldier to one American who sits in the White House and not the millions of Americans whose health and health care are on the line. Last week, I looked Mr. Kennedy in the eye and said I would not be supporting his nomination. I said that his views are so dangerous to our state and to our country that his voice would be a voice that parents would listen to. I honored my constitutional duty of advice and consent. On behalf of every single Marylander who's lost a loved one to disease, every single Marylander who works at NIH or is actively researching cures, every single Marylander who has been led astray by a snake oil salesman peddling quackery instead of science, I will be voting no on Mr. Kennedy for them. And to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I urge you to think long and hard about the phrase that you believe encapsulates your mandate, America First. If we are not putting the people of this country first, then we are most certainly not putting this country first. America First cannot exist if the people in this country are too sick to be strong. And when you have someone like Mr. Kennedy responsible for the health of our citizenry, I fear that it is where we are headed, dead last, literally and figuratively. I may not be able to stop this nominee from being confirmed, but I want every Marylander to know that I will never stop fighting for your health and for the health of your loved ones. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, I come to the floor to join my colleagues with a great deal of concern to discuss the Trump administration's nomination of Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. to be the next Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services. To put it very simply at the outset, Robert F. Kennedy, RFK, Jr., is unfit to lead the highest health office in our nation. First of all, RFK has no, let me repeat, no health or medical experience. That in and of itself should be a red flag on this nominee, who is supposed to be tasked with leading our nation's health agency. But sadly, that's not where the red flags end. From his radical and dangerous opinions on vaccines and other public health, to his promises to cut medical research, to his ever-changing position on women's rights to access reproductive health care, he has proven that he lacks the credibility, the knowledge, and the capability to be the Secretary of Health and Human Services. So let's take a step back. When President Trump ran his campaign, he ran a campaign on lowering costs for working Americans. Well, where has that promise gone? We saw today that inflation has gone up in the last quarter. It's over 3% now. And we've seen nothing from President Trump's first weeks in office that addresses the high costs of health care, of food, of housing, of child care. 2 weeks ago, this administration, including the Health and Human Services Agency, halted funding across the board for programs like our community health centers and substance use treatment programs. These centers are often the main source of health care for their communities. They serve the people across the states of this country. In our office, I heard from programs like Coos County Family Health, a community health center that provides life-saving care to rural patients across the northern part of New Hampshire, what we call the North Country. Their programs for training new doctors and providing services for victims of domestic violence were and still are at risk, thanks to Trump's executive orders and funding freeze. And I heard from Navigating Recovery in Laconia. That's a substance use treatment service that depends on federal funding for more than 50% of its budget. They're worried about keeping their doors open. And this is an organization with providers who will literally sit with a patient by their hospital bed following an overdose to make sure they're getting the best guidance, the best treatment, and the follow-on services like housing and child care that allows them to start their recovery. And this is a real issue for us in New Hampshire, where we've been hit very hard by the opioid epidemic. The Trump executive orders and funding cuts will force Navigating Recovery to lay off staff and to curtail services should those funding cuts continue. These are actions on the part of the White House that don't lower costs for families. They do just the opposite. They put people out of work and they weaken our ability to care for our most vulnerable populations.
But when he was asked if he would reverse this policy of cutting funding for programs like substance use recovery, RFK refused. The thing is, we should be taking steps right now to lower costs for families and children. Half of the uninsured Granite Staters cite cost as their reason for not being able to purchase health insurance. More than 2/3 of people in New Hampshire have delayed care, and another 25% have delayed buying needed prescriptions or said they have to ration their meds. We could help these people right now. We could pass the Health Care Affordability Act, which would make permanent premium tax credits in the Affordable Care Act that have cut health care costs for 24 million Americans, nearly 70,000 from New Hampshire. Passing that bill would directly help constituents like the man in Newmarket who contacted our office. He's 55 years old. He's a patient at Lamprey Health Care, which is a community health center. He had been uninsured and avoided going to a doctor his whole life. But sadly, he was recently hospitalized for 10 days because of complications from untreated diabetes. He had sepsis and he had an infection in his foot. Unfortunately, he didn't have insurance when he was hospitalized. But luckily, Lamprey Healthcare sat with him, helped him purchase insurance on healthcare.gov, helped him avoid potentially devastating medical debt. These tax credits are vital to his and to millions of Americans' ability to afford health care. But again, when asked about these tax credits, RFK refused to say that he would support extending them. So much for any concern about lowering costs for families. Now, if this administration is not trying to lower costs, what are they doing to help the people they swore an oath to serve? Last Friday, our research institutions got a notification almost overnight that their funding through the National Institutes of Health would be gutted. This decision threatens our ability to find cures for diseases, to get ahead of public health crises, and to hire and retain talent. I think it was made rashly and irresponsibly without really understanding what the impact would be. Slashing those funds won't make research more efficient. Instead, it's going to cripple our ability to treat and cure horrific diseases. Dartmouth College, which is in Hanover, New Hampshire, is one of our preeminent research institutions in the country. Last year, Dartmouth received nearly $100 million in NIH funding to help with its cutting-edge research to treat diseases like diabetes, cystic fibrosis, and Alzheimer's. This NIH decision, this decision by the Trump administration, will cut Dartmouth's funding by $38 million. And we don't know what the future impact of that would be. Will we miss the next cure for a pediatric cancer? Will we fail to advance treatments in Alzheimer's? What we do know is that this has an immediate impact on the people living in the Upper Valley of New Hampshire. More than 1,300 employees are supported by federal grants at Dartmouth, and the vast majority of these are supported by the National Institutes of Health. The job loss, the economic impact that will result from this decision will be devastating. And sadly, once these jobs are gone and the researchers leave, there's no going back because they're going someplace else. They're going overseas. But we unfortunately know that RFK supports this decision because he has publicly supported gutting NIH staff and research. And if Robert Kennedy is confirmed, I fear he will do nothing to push back or to reverse these reckless decisions. The Secretary of HHS also holds immense power over ensuring that women in our country have the ability to access reproductive health services, including abortion. Interestingly, I thought this was something that RFK and I agreed on. But now I'm not clear what he supports. He used to proudly say that he was pro-choice, but since being nominated, that belief seems to have disappeared overnight. The only thing I think he truly believes is in his desire to do whatever Trump wants, even if it means compromising his own values. Women in this country need to know that the Secretary of Health and Human Services will defend our rights to access all the health care we need. But at every turn, Republicans and the Trump administration have pushed forward dangerous policies intended to threaten access to full reproductive care. They put on the Supreme Court the justices who overturned Roe v. Wade. And at the state level, they have instituted draconian abortion bans that threaten the lives of mothers. Women are literally dying from a lack of care because of these bans on our health. This is 2025. How did we get here? I remember before Roe v. Wade. I remember when hundreds of thousands of women died from back alley abortions. And are we back to that point? Everyone knows that banning abortion and making women seek dangerous options does not stop abortions. It makes them more deadly. But with RFK at the helm, that's the grim reality we face. He's not someone I trust to defend a woman's right to access reproductive health care. He is not someone I want leading Health and Human Services. Now, one of the few issues that we have some actual insight into are his views on public health. His dangerous, radical, and wrong beliefs about vaccines are well documented. Every child that gets sick or dies from a disease that could be prevented by a vaccine is a tragedy. RFK will not only undermine public confidence in vaccines, he indicated that he intends to continue to profit from anti-vaccine lawsuits. It's shameful and it's corrupt. Now, we've also heard reports that the Trump administration plans to cut as much as 50% of Health and Human Services staff and decimate the work of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The CDC is our first line of defense for public health. Most important, tracking and responding to outbreaks of diseases, not only domestically, but abroad as well. The Trump administration has already taken steps to gut our global health and aid efforts, from withdrawing from the World Health Organization to cutting the CDC and U.S. Agency for International Development. They argue that these efforts are wasteful and unnecessary. But just last Friday, we were notified in New Hampshire that we had only the third confirmed case ever in the U.S. of Clade 1 monkeypox, or Mpox. The case is travel-related, meaning the patient caught the disease abroad and brought it home. Sadly, these diseases don't just stop at countries' borders. They don't just happen overseas. They affect us here at home. The Trump administration's efforts to eliminate our public health infrastructure doesn't make America safer. It doesn't make America stronger, and it doesn't make America more prosperous. It does the exact opposite. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is complicit. He's complicit in these efforts, and he will only continue them should he be confirmed. America deserves a leader at HHS who values science, who protects public health, who defends women's rights to reproductive care, to the full range of reproductive care, and who upholds the integrity of our country's core health systems. RFK Jr. has shown time and again that he is not that leader. His dangerous rhetoric on vaccines, his reckless plans to gut critical agencies, and lack of understanding of basic health care make him uniquely unqualified to advance the well-being of all Americans. I urge my colleagues to reject his nomination for Secretary of Health and Human Services. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. President. President,
The senator from New Hampshire.
I yield 30 minutes of post-cloture debate time to the Democratic leader.
The senator has that right. The senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I rise today in opposition to Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s nomination to serve as Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services, also known as HHS. Throughout his entire nomination process, it has become clear that Mr. Kennedy is wholly unprepared to lead this department, which is charged with promoting as well as protecting the health of all Americans. If confirmed as Secretary, he would be tasked with managing programs that millions of Americans depend on each and every day, including Medicaid and Medicare, the Centers for Disease Control, or CDC, the Food and Drug Administration, or FDA, the National Institutes of Health, or NIH, as well as a number of other initiatives aimed at preparing for and responding to public health and medical emergencies. In total, HHS has nearly $2 trillion budget and manages more than 90,000 employees. HHS is an extremely complex organization that requires a leader with expertise on how these critically important programs are actually administered. Yet, during his hearings before the Senate Finance and Health Committees, Mr. Kennedy showed his severe lack of knowledge and understanding about the most basic of federal health programs. Mr. Kennedy could not answer the most basic questions about how the Medicaid program works, or how it benefits more than 70 million Americans who depend on health insurance. At a time when Republicans are proposing drastic cuts to the Medicaid program to pay for their tax cuts to billionaires, We need a secretary who will not only knows how the program works, but will protect the access to health care services it provides for children and some of the most vulnerable people in our country. It's very clear Robert Kennedy Jr. is not that secretary. During his nomination process, Mr. Kennedy also made it clear he does not understand the differences between the various components of Medicare, a program that keeps our seniors cared for well into their golden years and often plays a key role in a person's decision about whether or not they can retire with dignity. Amid ongoing threats from Republicans to privatize Medicare, we need a secretary who will protect this program that generations of seniors have counted on to get care, and generations to come that are paying into that fund for their future. Mr. Kennedy's lack of experience and basic understanding of our nation's healthcare system is, to say the least, extremely alarming. We cannot confirm a nominee who doesn't even know the most basic answers about programs that he's actually in charge of administering. Since Mr. Kennedy was nominated to lead HHS, I've heard from thousands of my constituents from every corner of Michigan, from densely populated cities to some of the most rural areas in our state, who are deeply concerned about his plans for the department would impact families. For example, I've heard from countless folks about the rising cost of health care that is squeezing Michigan families' budgets. Health care prices are rising faster than inflation, making it even harder for people to get the care that they need. I've heard from a constituent who has operated a food pantry in her community for 13 years. She worries about what will happen to the people that she serves if they do not have access to the food security programs made possible by HHS. In her letter, she shared that most of her people in her pantry services are literally one ER visit or one car breakdown away from being able to feed themselves or their families. Public health initiatives are a lifeline for so many in Michigan as well as across our country. When our neighbors have access to basic health resources, it allows them to focus on improving their lives, whether that's gaining meaningful employment or getting an education. So we need an HHS secretary who is focused on improving access to Medicaid and expanding the premium tax credits for the Affordable Care Act that allows millions of Americans to access affordable health care. That clearly is not Robert Kennedy. He would not be that secretary. Instead, he believes that Americans would rather be privatized for-profit care. HHS is also in charge of providing mental health services and support to communities all across our country. Unfortunately, we have a mental health crisis impacting Americans today, with record high levels of mental illness and suicides, especially among our youth. I received a letter from a social worker in Michigan who helps students who were traumatized by the horrific shootings at Oxford High School in Michigan and at Michigan State University. She is worried that without proper mental health resources, Americans who have been impacted by senseless gun violence, whether at school, at their places of worship, at nightclubs, or at shopping malls, they will grieve and struggle alone. Unfortunately, Mr. Kennedy has only further stigmatized these important resources, even making comments during his confirmation hearing linking an increase in school shootings to an increased use of antidepressants. Mr. Kennedy's ideas would only worsen the mental health crisis that we're seeing today. Instead, we need a secretary who will invest in SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. We need a secretary who will ensure that everyone has access to the programs and health professionals needed to address this mental health crisis. Robert Kennedy Jr. is not that secretary. HHS oversees our nation's major medical research, helping to advance breakthroughs in science and development of new treatments for deadly diseases from childhood cancers to Alzheimer's. Research institutions across my home state of Michigan are conducting critically important research to improve health outcomes for Americans who suffer from these diseases. A Michigan scientist who specializes in CDC research contacted my office. They fear that if Mr. Kennedy is confirmed, it could impact their ability and the ability of thousands of researchers all across our country to conduct medical research that is literally saving lives. In a matter of weeks, we have already seen the Trump administration freeze funding and halt critical work at the National Institute of Health and its research partners across the country. We need a secretary who will fight to do this important research moving forward. Research to cure cancer, to treat deadly viruses, and to address cardiovascular disease. Mr. Kennedy is not that secretary. Advancing medical research is especially important today as we face increased cases of vaccine-preventable infectious diseases like measles. And despite this, Mr. Kennedy has time and time again sown doubt and promoted dangerous lies about the safety of vaccines. And my constituents are alarmed at what that will mean for their families. A concerned mother wrote me in my office that when she was 38 weeks pregnant and told me that Mr. Kennedy's long history of spreading dangerous medical disinformation and undermining public health initiatives is directly at odds with how she plans to keep her future child from infectious disease. I also heard from a constituent who was born before the polio vaccine was approved. She said that to this day, she can still remember the relief on her mother's face when the polio vaccine became available. This moment has stuck with her throughout her 30-year career as a registered nurse, where she has made it her life's work to study and safely administer vaccines in her community. And let's be clear, let's be absolutely clear. Vaccines are scientifically proven to protect against diseases like chickenpox, polio, influenza, and yes, COVID-19. We have eradicated deadly diseases and protected our children due to incredible scientific advances in vaccine research. But now, vaccine skeptics like Mr. Kennedy have risen to prominence, discouraging people from getting safe, proven vaccines and putting every American's health at risk when it comes to infectious diseases. We need a secretary who understands the effectiveness of vaccines and will do more to prevent these diseases through routine childhood immunizations. Mr. Kennedy is not that secretary, and if confirmed, Mr. Kennedy has made it perfectly clear that he will stand in direct opposition to this evidence-based medicine. Mr. Kennedy's falsehood about basic public health practices have impacts that stretch far beyond our physical health. Another constituent, a clinical therapist, said she is seeing firsthand the devastating impacts that misinformation can have on mental health, adherence to treatment, and overall patient well-being. Specifically, she mentioned that the spread of falsehoods about vaccines, psychiatric care, and medical service fuels distrust in life-saving interventions, exacerbates existing mental health crises, and hinders efforts to connect patients with effective evidence-based treatments. I've even heard from parents who are concerned about Mr. Kennedy's narrative suggesting vaccines cause autism. Because he has given credibility to these lies and questioned facts from scientists and doctors, these parents worry that their children will not receive the most basic routine care that they deserve. And in the midst of so many healthcare challenges, from prescription drugs to mental health to various public health threats, we cannot afford to have someone as unprepared as Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in charge of all these public health agencies. Even well-respected organizations know that Mr. Kennedy would be an absolute disaster for our public health. Take the American Public Health Association, for example. And in a letter they said, quote, "To effectively lead our nation's top health agency, a candidate should ideally be trained in health administration, clinical care, or a related field, and must believe in and follow the scientific evidence that serves as the basics of our nation's system to protect and to promote the public health from all the threats that we face," end of quote. We simply cannot afford to have someone as unqualified as Robert Kennedy Jr. to be in charge of our top public health agency. He has failed to exhibit even the most basic knowledge of how HHS programs are administered to the millions of Americans who depend on them each and every day. He has misrepresented scientific evidence that is at the foundation of what HHS sets out to accomplish, which is keeping Americans healthy and protected from disease. He has demonized doctors, scientists, researchers, and medical professionals who, unlike him, have actually done the important work to keep our communities safe. I urge my colleagues to judge Mr. Kennedy on his lack of qualifications. It is clear he simply does not have the expertise, the training, or even the leadership skills necessary to lead a department as important as HHS. We need a secretary who will protect the health of Americans. Robert Kennedy is not that secretary. And if he is confirmed to lead the Department of Health and Human Services, the American people will ultimately pay the price with their health. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting no.
Mr. President.
The senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, just over 5 years ago, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. traveled to the Pacific island of Samoa. Mr. Kennedy was on a mission to spread baseless and debunked conspiracy theories about the safety and efficacy of children's vaccines. Trading in his esteemed family name and peddling himself as some sort of expert, Mr. Kennedy discouraged parents in Samoa from vaccinating their children. The impact of Mr. Kennedy's visit was undeniable. Health providers in Samoa reported that anti-vaccine voices got louder after his visit, and the rate of measles vaccinations for eligible 1-year-olds in Samoa fell to under 33%, well below herd immunity. 5 months after Mr. Kennedy's visit, Samoa had a massive measles outbreak, with 5,000 of its citizens contracting the disease and 83 Samoans dying, the vast majority of which were children under the age of 5. During his recent Senate confirmation hearings, Mr. Kennedy doubled down on his denialism, claiming that, quote, "We don't know what was killing those children in Samoa." Mr. Kennedy also claimed in written responses to Senate questions that my words had nothing to do with vaccine uptake in Samoa or with the 2019 epidemic. But the current top health official in Samoa has denounced Mr. Kennedy's characterization of the measles outbreak in his country and Mr. Kennedy's role in it as an outright lie and a total fabrication. As someone with a background in science, but more importantly, just as a father of 2 young men, I am horrified by this story. The measles vaccine has been one of the most successful public health and science stories of the last century. One vaccine, administered in 2 doses, now provides protection against 4 devastating diseases: measles, mumps, rubella, chickenpox. In the late 1950s and early 60s, nearly twice as many young people died from measles as from polio. And thanks to incredible scientific research and medical advances, we now have a vaccine that is proven to be safe and effective at protecting our kids from these deadly diseases. This vaccine has largely eradicated the measles outbreaks that used to result in the devastating loss of babies and young children. That is, until anti-vaccine crusaders like Mr. Kennedy started promoting phony science and conspiracy theories in places like Samoa. Over the last 2 decades, thanks in large part to Mr. Kennedy, this anti-science movement has moved from the darkest corners of the internet into the mainstream. And the Samoan story provides us a heartbreaking example of just what is at stake if we give this movement's leader a national platform to spread his junk science. I hope all of my colleagues take seriously what it would mean to confirm this anti-vaccine, anti-science snake oil salesman as our next Secretary of Health and Human Services. As the leader of the largest anti-vaccine organization in the country, the so-called Children's Defense Fund, and I use air quotes for a reason, Mr. Kennedy has repeatedly pushed junk science studies to spread fear and skepticism of vaccines. And it's not limited to the measles. Mr. Kennedy has repeatedly and falsely alleged that safe and effective vaccines for tetanus, for the flu, for COVID, for HPV are dangerous to human health. Mr. Kennedy has even promoted the completely discredited conspiracy theory that vaccines lead to autism. And I want to be real clear that decades of extensive peer-reviewed scientific studies have found no connection, zero connection between vaccines and autism. When he was pressed about this during his confirmation hearings, Mr. Kennedy continued to promote junk science studies rather than walk back his misinformation. In response to Mr. Kennedy's words in his confirmation hearing, Christopher Banks, the president and CEO of the Autism Society of America, said, "The autism community deserves leadership that prioritizes evidence-based policies and respects the lived experiences of autistic individuals and their families. The continued promotion of debunked vaccine theories only serves as a distraction from the critical research needed to better understand autism and provide support for the autism community today." I completely agree with Mr. Banks. Financial disclosures from his confirmation process have also revealed that Mr. Kennedy has made millions of dollars in referral fees from law firms suing vaccine manufacturers based on baseless conspiracy theories. If confirmed, his own personal financial interests could still be tied to these anti-vaccine lawsuits. At the height of the COVID-19 pandemic that led to more than 1 million deaths in the United States alone, Mr. Kennedy campaigned to end the nationwide vaccination effort that helped us save millions more lives. He continued his well-worn and again completely evidence-free message that no vaccine is safe and effective. And just like with all vaccines, the COVID vaccines went through independent review and extensive trials to ensure that they were safe and effective. If Mr. Kennedy had had his way, we might still be losing thousands and thousands of our family members and neighbors to that virus. Mr. Kennedy has, again, without any sound evidence, also pushed conspiracy theories claiming that antidepressant medications cause mass shootings and chemicals in our water make children gay. And if those claims sound nuts, it's because they are. Mr. Kennedy has said that he is opposed to promoting prescription medications to treat chronic diseases, including anti-obesity medications like Ozempic that are currently used by millions of Americans. Mr. Kennedy has said that he would eliminate the entire nutrition department at the Food and Drug Administration, jeopardizing the safety of our nation's food supplies. Mr. Kennedy has said that he supports gutting the National Institutes of Health, which supports the development of medicines to treat diseases and delivers untold resources to healthcare institutions in New Mexico and every other state in this country. During his confirmation process, Mr. Kennedy also repeatedly made commitments to my Republican colleagues to support restrictions on mifepristone, a medication abortion and miscarriage management drug. Mifepristone has been approved by the FDA for 25 years. It's true that Mr. Kennedy has made a number of conflicting statements in the past about his personal views on women's reproductive health care. But during his confirmation process, Mr. Kennedy has signaled to Republican senators that he will go along with whatever President Trump wants to further roll back women's reproductive rights. Mr. Kennedy is not who any of us should want to put in charge of our nation's health and food safety. The Department of Health and Human Services oversees health coverage programs that serve half of all Americans. HHS plays a critical role in overseeing Medicare, overseeing Medicaid, and the Affordable Care Act. HHS also supports the medical research that helps us to develop the next vaccines, prevent the next pandemic, and find cures to cancer and chronic diseases like diabetes. We have already seen President Trump, Elon Musk, and his Doge minions target scientific and medical research at agencies like the National Institutes of Health. Just last week, we saw them announce an estimated $4 billion cut for health research at universities across the nation, including an estimated $17 million impact at the University of New Mexico alone. And just like many of the unilateral and illegal actions of this emboldened Trump administration, this one received a temporary halt from a federal judge 2 days ago. But whether this particular attack holds up in court or not, the Trump administration's intention is clear. Dramatic cuts to medical research into treatments and cures that countless Americans are depending on to save their lives. Mr. Kennedy plans to lead this effort and even to expand on it. Mr. Kennedy is not who my constituents in New Mexico want to see leading our nation's health agency. In fact, New Mexicans have raised their concerns in letters and emails and phone calls day in and day out. And I'm going to take a few minutes to read to you from some of these New Mexicans who are terrified about the danger that Mr. Kennedy would pose as our nation's health care agency leader. Melissa from Albuquerque is concerned that Mr. Kennedy's past of promoting misinformation about vaccines and his lack of experience will endanger Americans. Melissa said, "This role demands a leader who relies on evidence-based decision-making, upholds public trust, prioritizes the health and safety of all Americans. RFK Jr.'s history of promoting conspiracy theories makes him fundamentally unfit for this critical position. If RFK Jr. were confirmed to head HHS, millions of Americans' lives would be put at risk. His policies would jeopardize public health and undermine efforts to protect our communities from preventable diseases and health crises." William from Albuquerque, a retired University of New Mexico health communications professor and longtime NIH principal investigator, knows that Mr. Kennedy's harmful rhetoric and lies will hurt public health efforts and lead to unnecessary deaths. William said, "My research team and I have had to continually battle anti-vax misinformation. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is often at the center of that misinformation. I urge you in the strongest possible terms to oppose his nomination as Secretary of HHS. The damage he would do will take decades to undo and will lead undoubtedly to U.S. morbidity and mortality increasing due to infectious diseases. Jane from Albuquerque is concerned that Mr. Kennedy's lack of experience will negatively impact the health of New Mexicans. She said, "The administration has nominated manifestly unqualified individuals and those openly hostile to evidence to head the Department of Health and Human Services and the individual agencies that are charged with protecting the health of everyone in the United States. This abdication of responsibility will undoubtedly impact vulnerable populations most profoundly, including those living in New Mexico." Mark from Albuquerque, a survivor of polio, knows that the polio vaccine effectively eradicated this relentless and deadly disease, and he is worried that Mr. Kennedy's confirmation could stifle future vaccinations like the one that saved his life. Mark said, "I am a polio survivor. I know that I was very fortunate in my recovery, and I also know that the vaccines effectively eradicated this relentless and deadly disease. So I ask that you do whatever you can to prevent RFK Jr. from overseeing the health care of all Americans." Lori from Las Cruces is also worried that Mr. Kennedy's history of spreading misinformation could harm Americans. Lori said, "If the Senate confirms RFK Jr. to lead the Department of Health and Human Services, Americans' health care will be put at risk and will be ill-prepared for another public health catastrophe. We need to push for a qualified, trustworthy nominee to lead America's health policy." Megan from Albuquerque, a primary care physician, is worried that Mr. Kennedy's lack of experience, disregard for evidence-based medicines pose a danger to Americans. Megan said, "As a primary care physician in New Mexico, I am also very worried about the possibility of RFK Jr. being confirmed as HHS Secretary. His past actions have shown that he has little regard for research, evidence-based medicine, or the expertise of scientists and physicians. He is dangerous to the American people." I agree with these New Mexicans that Mr. Kennedy is unprepared. He is unqualified, and he is dangerously unfit to be confirmed as our next health secretary. Unfit to protect our kids' health from debunked conspiracy theories, unfit to defend women's reproductive rights, unfit to safeguard the future of Medicare and Medicaid, and unfit to continue life-saving medical research and medical care in my state and across the country. And for all of these reasons, I would urge all of my colleagues to join me in voting no on confirming Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
President.
The Senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, I really care about science. I spent my career as an engineer, as a Navy pilot and a test pilot, and as an astronaut. 3 jobs where facts matter, where you make decisions based on science, not superstition. Because when you're launching off of an aircraft carrier or orbiting the Earth at 17,500 miles an hour, there's no room for conspiracy theories. You have to deal in reality. In my career, relying on science literally meant the difference between life and death. And the same is true for the person who is responsible for our nation's health. The Secretary of Health and Human Services is responsible for making sure that the best science guides our health care, from developing life-saving medicines to preventing deadly diseases. This job requires a commitment to science, facts, and to public health. But the nominee before us today, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., has spent much of his career doing the exact opposite, rejecting science, spreading conspiracy theories, and putting public health at risk. That's not someone that I want in charge of keeping Arizonans healthy. And that would be his job, by the way, responding to disease outbreaks, approving new medicines and treatments, overseeing health care coverage for millions of Arizonans and millions more of Americans. So this isn't just some bureaucratic decision that we're about to make. This is about whether the next HHS secretary will protect public health or undermine it with dangerous misinformation. Let's be clear about Mr. Kennedy's record. This is not someone who is simply asking questions about vaccines. Healthy skepticism is one thing, and I always told my space shuttle crew members to tell me when they thought I was wrong, to constantly question the way that we were doing things. We should be doing the same thing here in the Senate. But what Mr. Kennedy has engaged in goes far beyond that. Far beyond. Even when presented with definitive science, he's doubled down on conspiracy theories. Because for him, that is what paid the bills. He was the chairman of the most well-funded anti-vaccine organization in the country. The group he led has spread false claims that vaccines cause autism, that vaccines cause cancer, and they cause autoimmune disease. This organization, they filed lawsuits to block children from getting vaccinated. And what happens when people believe that? We get outbreaks of disease that we thought was long gone in the rearview mirror. In America's Samoa, he spread misinformation about vaccines during a measles outbreak that killed 83 people. Instead of helping families get life-saving care, Mr. Kennedy sowed fear and doubt. And then he had the audacity to question whether measles was really the cause of those 83 deaths. In Texas, right now today, there is a measles outbreak. It's in a county that has low vaccination rates. So far, all of the cases are in unvaccinated people. Now, we know exactly what causes these outbreaks. It's not science. It's misinformation. It's people like Mr. Kennedy telling parents that they can't trust their doctors. Mr. President, I'm thinking about this nomination, not as a senator, but as a father and a grandparent. I know how much Arizona families care about their kids' health. All they want to do is do what is right for their family and for their kids. And I know what it means to trust doctors, to trust medicine, to trust science. I want my granddaughter Sage to grow up in a world that is safer and healthier than the one before her, where we don't have to worry about diseases that we already know how to prevent. And I think about my daughter, her mom, who, like any first-time parent, is doing everything she possibly can to make the best decisions for her child. And that's already hard enough. The last thing parents need is one more loud voice, especially one in a position of authority, pushing conspiracy theories that make it harder to know what is true. It's bad for kids across Arizona and across the country. And when he spreads these conspiracy theories about vaccines and autism, it has cascading effects. Senator Hassan made this point, I think, better than anybody else could, just last week or the week before. After speaking about her son, who has cerebral palsy, Senator Hassan said, it's a quote, "The problem with this witness's response on the autism case, or the autism cause, and the relationship to vaccines is because he's relitigating and churning settled science, so we can't go forward and find out what the cause of autism is and treat these kids and help these families." She continued, she went on and said, "Sometimes science is wrong, but we do make progress and we build upon the work and we become more successful. But when you continue to sow doubt about settled science, it makes it impossible for us to move forward, and it freezes us in place." So you see, the job of HHS Secretary isn't about chasing conspiracy theories. It's about making sure families get the best care possible based on the best science available, so we can make progress and live healthy lives. And folks, here is what makes this even worse, like a lot worse. Mr. Kennedy, get this, Mr. Kennedy vaccinated his own kids while telling other parents not to. His own cousin, Ambassador Caroline Kennedy, called him a predator for what he has done. That's not leadership, folks. That's hypocrisy. And here is what Ambassador Kennedy wrote. "Bobby preys on the desperation of parents of sick children, vaccinating his own children while building a following by hypocritically discouraging other parents from vaccinating theirs." She went on, "Even before he fills this job, his constant denigration of our healthcare system and the conspiratorial half-truths he has told about vaccines, including in connection with Samoa's deadly 2019 measles outbreak, have cost lives." She continued, "And now we know that Bobby's crusade against vaccination has benefited him in other ways too. His ethics report makes clear that he will keep his financial stake in a lawsuit against the HPV vaccine. In other words," this is Ambassador Kennedy's words, "in other words, he is willing to enrich himself by denying access to a vaccine that can prevent almost all forms of cervical cancer and which has been safely administered to millions of boys and girls." That was a quote from his own cousin. The Senate, Mr. President, the Senate cannot ignore this massive conflict of interest. Mr. Kennedy has personally made millions of dollars from lawsuits attacking vaccines, including the HPV vaccine, which prevents cervical cancer. And if confirmed, he would oversee the FDA, the very agency that regulates the vaccines that he is suing over. That's a direct financial incentive to undermine vaccines, even if it puts people's lives at risk. And he wouldn't commit to removing himself from this equation. And it's not just vaccines. Mr. Kennedy has made a career of embracing conspiracy theories over facts. He claims, it's almost would be funny in another context, but Mr. Kennedy, get this, he claims Wi-Fi and 5G cause cancer. He thinks the COVID vaccine is part of a government plot. He suggested that vaccines are a holocaust. But of course, when he was confronted about that, he said he didn't recall saying it. He believes that the people who are running our vaccine programs should be in jail. And when asked about 9/11, one of the most defining moments in our nation's history, he refused to say who was responsible. And his response? He said, it's hard to tell what's a conspiracy theory and what isn't. Well, Mr. President, we cannot put somebody in charge of our nation's health care who doesn't know how to separate fact from fiction. No one in the Senate should be comfortable with that. But the dangerous misinformation, it doesn't stop with vaccines. Mr. Kennedy claimed that antidepressants, not guns, are to blame for school shootings. Let's be clear, folks, there is zero evidence to support that. None. What we do know, and what the data tells us, is that every other developed country, they also have antidepressants. What they don't have is America's level of gun violence. The difference is not mental health treatment. It's easy access to guns for kids, for criminals, and dangerous people who shouldn't have them. Mr. President, my family and I have lived with the consequences of gun violence. My wife, Gabby Giffords, was nearly killed by a gunman when meeting with her constituents outside a grocery store in 2011. 6 people died, 12 were injured. You won't find anyone at that grocery store who believes that an excess of mental health treatment was responsible for that tragedy. Not one. Gabby and I have sat in living rooms of parents who have lost their children in mass shootings. And we have fought for real common sense gun safety laws that can save lives. Just like Senator Hassan, I will not stand here and let conspiracy theories distract from real solutions. And this is the core of the problem. Mr. Kennedy treats health care like it's a conspiracy theory. Mr. Kennedy is not the person who should be running the Department of Health and Human Services. It's very clear. Now, if Mr. Kennedy was simply a private citizen saying these things, that would be one thing. It would still be a problem, by the way. But this is someone who wants to be in charge of all of our health care. And if his dangerous views weren't enough, he doesn't even understand the weight of the job he is applying for. In his confirmation hearing, he didn't know the difference between Medicare and Medicaid. He didn't understand the different parts of Medicare and what they provide for seniors. He didn't know what a community health center was. He couldn't articulate a basic managing plan for HHS's $2 trillion budget. He wouldn't answer as to whether he'll negotiate for lower drug prices for seniors. And that means if you're a senior with him in charge, you might see higher drug prices. Mr. Kennedy does not have a medical degree, and he has no experience, zero experience in healthcare policy. So this isn't just about bad ideas. It's about dangerous ideas and the fact that he is completely unprepared to do this job. We learned that at his confirmation hearing, we also learned Mr. Kennedy won't make decisions based on science, data, and facts, or what is best for our public health. Instead, he will do whatever President Trump tells him to do. Over and over again, when asked about his policies, he didn't give answers based on what he believes is right. He said, quote, "President Trump has not told me what his policy is." On reproductive health, quote, "Trump has told me to look into it, but I don't know what his policy is." This is a nominee who traffics in conspiracies, who doesn't know much about the agency he's nominated to lead, and who has said he'll just do whatever he's told. Which, considering what we heard all along, that President Trump, he has a concept of a health care plan, not a real plan. But we still don't know what that is. I mean, now that to me feels like a big problem. Mr. President, we need an HHS secretary who will lead with facts, not fear, who will lower the price of prescription drugs, or fight to do that, and fight to reduce health care costs, and not to go along with efforts to take health insurance away from kids and people with disabilities, who will build trust in our health care system, not undermine it. Mr. Kennedy has built a career out of rejecting science, spreading misinformation, and profiting off of fear. He has compared vaccine scientists to Nazis. He has refused to say if 9/11 was a conspiracy theory. And when it comes to leading this nation's healthcare system, he has no plan, no knowledge, and no independence. And he says he will do whatever President Trump tells him to do. So, my colleagues, we all have to ask ourselves, are we really willing to put the health of American families in his hands? Are we? Mr. President, I know my answer, and I urge everyone in this chamber to think very hard about theirs. And Mr. President, I yield 30 minutes of post-cloture debate time to the Democratic leader.
The senator has that right.
Mr. President.
The senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, if you go back exactly 20 years ago today, I could tell you exactly where I was. I was a patient at Walter Reed Army Medical Center. I was staring at the beige-colored walls, and amidst the pain in every inch of my body, I was trying to muster the strength to sit up, or to take a step, or even just to breathe. I spent months and months and months in that hospital room, hooked up to machines, getting wheeled in and out of surgeries, learning how to live again in my new post-shoot-down world. But despite it all, looking back, I consider every one of those days in that hospital room lucky days. Because when the worst happened to me, when that RPG exploded in my lap in Iraq and I needed serious, sustained medical attention to survive the hour, the day, the year, I had health care I could rely on. The same cannot be said for countless Americans. Americans whose health care costs have already been too high and whose access to care is in even greater danger if this chamber is foolish enough to confirm Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as our next Secretary of HHS. Put simply, Mr. Kennedy cannot be trusted with the grave, grave responsibility that comes with this job. He cannot be trusted with our lives. He is focused on pushing his agenda regardless of the cost to middle-class Americans. And if this man is confirmed, More Americans will die preventable deaths because of his policies. Next month will mark the 5-year anniversary of when COVID shut down our nation. In this moment, it is dangerous, reckless, and heartless to everyone who lost a loved one in the pandemic to even consider nominating a guy who has stated that, quote, no vaccine is safe and effective. And if our Health and Human Services Secretary refuses to ensure children are protected against preventable yet deadly diseases like measles, RSV, whooping cough, or polio, it will be our kids, not Mr. Kennedy, who pay the price. I've gotten letter after letter from my constituents begging me to try to reason with my colleagues, to do whatever I can to prevent a man so ignorant of all things science and medicine from holding a position of such power over our children's next breath. One pediatrician in Illinois wrote to me, and I quote, I will always remember the 9-month-old infant with whooping cough who could not be saved despite every high-tech ventilator and medication we had available. Another said, I recall a father screaming and punching a hole in the wall when his 4-year-old son died of chicken pox. The stories, the letters, the avoidable tragedies go on and on. Imagine how much worse the heartbreak will become under a guy who acts like the term vaccine is a swear word. Look, the only reason that Kennedy is even up for confirmation is because he, like Elon Musk, decided to throw his dignity to the wind and bow down at Trump's altar. And because of that, he gets to be yet another rich guy with too few qualifications and too much power, somehow now charged with leading our government. Trump is running this country like the mob. Kiss his ring, pledge your unyielding loyalty, get made. It's just this time you get made into a cabinet secretary. Well, Kennedy has given Trump his fealty, so why would any of us ever think that he'd have the courage to stand up to Trump if the president issues an order that actively harms everyday Americans? How could any of us actually believe that Kennedy would fight back against Trump's worst instincts when Kennedy himself has proven time and again that he believes more in cacophony than science? Now, Americans are going to be the ones to suffer, because now, with Kennedy's confirmation, even programs as popular, effective, and vital as Medicaid will be in even greater danger. Republicans told us in Project 2025 that they would come for Medicaid, and this is the rare case when the GOP has actually kept its word, putting at risk roughly 80 million Americans who rely on Medicaid. Americans in red states and blue, in big cities and small towns, folks who may have never heard of RFK Jr., but who will certainly feel the effect when he rips away the health care their family so desperately needs. Medicaid is a lifeline for kids, for pregnant women, for people in nursing homes, for Americans with disabilities. But Republicans don't seem to care about any of that. It's obvious that Donald Trump has never stayed up late at night, hunched over the kitchen table with a calculator in one hand and a medical bill in the other, praying to figure out a way to afford his child's insulin. No, of course not. With every passing day, it becomes clearer and clearer that Republicans care more about tax breaks for the billionaires they pal around with on the golf course than prescriptions for the middle-class folks who actually work at Mar-a-Lago. And while that teacher in Peoria lays awake at night trying to work out how she can afford her father's home care now that he can no longer get those services through Medicaid, while that new mom in Chicago who's just learned she has stage 3 cancer is trying to find a second job so she can afford both diapers for her newborn and her own chemotherapy, Donald Trump and Elon Musk will be too busy lining their already full pockets to care. To my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I am sure many of you have faced health crises of your own. I'm sure many of you have had a parent who's been sick, or a nephew who's been in a car crash, a spouse who's been in need of an emergency C-section, or a child who has relied on an autoimmune injector. Imagine if your loved ones hadn't cared they could rely on, imagine if your loved ones hadn't had care they could rely on in the moment. Then ask yourself how you can sleep soundly tonight if you vote to further the agenda of a couple rich guys who so clearly don't care about making America healthy. They only care about tipping it even more in favor of the wealthy. They're not bringing back the good old days of Reagan. They're just bringing back the days of dying from the measles. And they're certainly not making America great again. They're making America sick again. That's the Trump-Kennedy promise. I care about my constituents' ability to afford their prescription medications, their ability to get the vaccines that will keep them alive through the next pandemic, their ability to survive those worst-case scenario health moments without going broke in the process. So for all those reasons and 1,000 more, I will be voting no on Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s nomination. If my Republican colleagues care about any one of those things too, then they will have no choice but to do the same. Thank you. Mr. President, I have received a number of messages from my constituents describing what access to Medicaid means to them and their families. I would like to close by asking unanimous consent that they be printed in the Congressional record. And I yield 30 minutes of post-cloture debate time to the Democratic leader.
The senator has that right.
Mr. President.
The senator from Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today we're here to discuss President Trump's nominee to lead the Department of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. It confirmed Mr. Kennedy would be in charge of a department with power to, well, regulate the food we eat, the medicines we take, and the vaccinations we depend upon. He would oversee agencies that provide health care to almost 170 million Americans, including hundreds of thousands of Nevadans who are on Medicare, Medicaid, and the Children's Health Insurance Program. I'm here today to oppose Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as our next Secretary of Health and Human Services. Confirming him would have disastrous consequences for our public health, for our seniors who rely on Medicare, for our families who get their health care through Medicaid. So let's start out with his lack of qualifications. Well, Mr. Kennedy, he's never worked in health care or federal government. He's probably best known for his skepticism of vaccines and spreading dangerous conspiracies and outright lies. Mr. Kennedy's history of promoting anti-vaccine misinformation, it's well documented and deeply troubling. Vaccines have saved millions of lives throughout history, and they remain one of the most effective tools we have to protect public health. Yet, Mr. Kennedy has spent years promoting debunked claims linking vaccines to autism, cancer, allergies, and autoimmune diseases. He spread lies about vaccine safety, making people fearful and increasing rates of unvaccinated people, which put all of us at risk. He's previously stated, and I'm going to quote, that no vaccine is safe and effective, end quote. He said that the polio vaccine, I'm going to quote again, killed many more people than polio ever did, end quote. And Mr. Kennedy has called the COVID vaccine, again I'll quote, the deadliest vaccine ever made. This rhetoric isn't just reckless, it's dangerous. If Mr. Kennedy had been around during the first Trump administration, he would have undermined President Trump's Operation Warp Speed and efforts that helped us end the pandemic. And he doubled down during his confirmation hearing, even though he was asked multiple times. Mr. Kennedy refused to acknowledge that vaccines don't cause autism. He's also engaged in Holocaust distortion to push his dangerous views. While attending an autism conference, He was asked why the CDC wasn't acknowledging autism as an epidemic. And he said, I'm going to quote again, these are his words, "To me, this is like Nazi death camps, what happened to these kids. I can't tell you why somebody would do something like that. I can't tell you why ordinary Germans participated in the Holocaust." End quote. And frankly, Mr. President, these aren't the words of someone you want to be in charge of America's public health. These are not the words of someone you want anywhere near the White House, anywhere near our health care, our safety. He's even gone so far as to falsely suggest that certain antidepressants are behind the rise in school shootings, and that certain chemicals in the water might be part of why more young people are identifying as transgender, neither of which is backed by any science. And we can't allow someone who spreads this kind of vitriol and dangerous misinformation to lead the Department of Health and Human Services. But his problematic views are just the start. During his confirmation hearing, Mr. Kennedy was also asked about his understanding of Medicare and Medicaid. Just asked if he knew about it. Well, he struggled, I mind you, to remember which program covered older and disabled Americans. Struggled to remember which program provided for low-income people. This is Medicare and Medicaid. That's something that's so brand new that even Robert F. Kennedy Jr. shouldn't know what it is. Because Medicare and Medicaid are not mere government programs. They are a lifeline for millions of Americans, including our seniors, our parents, our grandparents, people with disabilities, families in need, including half of all children and around 40% of all babies born in this country. Why would we trust someone with the future of Medicare and Medicaid when he doesn't even understand the basics of the system he would oversee? This makes no sense. And we can't overlook the broader impact of Mr. Kennedy and President Trump's proposals on medical research, safety, and innovation. We're already seeing devastating attempts to go after the National Institutes of Health, or NIH, the very institution that has pioneered life-saving research in areas like cancer, heart disease, and diabetes. And this is not just any research, this is life-saving research. We're talking about research and clinical trials. Well, in my home state at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and the University of Nevada, Reno, to better understand Alzheimer's disease and improve care for patients. We're talking about advancing breast cancer therapy at the University of Nevada, Reno, and clinical trials on treating and preventing cancers at the Southern Nevada Cancer Research Center. You know, I lost my mother to cancer. I lost my brother to leukemia. I think it's shameful that this administration, enabled by RFK Jr., would target research into these deadly diseases which cost lives in my family. I don't want anyone to go through what I went through. I want other people's families, their parents, their siblings, their friends, to be able to live. And we know lives are saved every day because of investments in research, in those clinical trials, and what the NIH does. I want people to live because of the research. It matters. You know, Mr. Kennedy has also proposed radical changes to the Food and Drug Administration, the agency in charge of, well, the food we all eat and keeping it safe. And just like many of the other reforms proposed by Mr. Kennedy, his suggested changes to the FDA, well, they're based largely on the many conspiracy theories he peddles. These broad changes include clearing out entire departments like the Food and Nutrition Center, which is responsible for preventing foodborne illnesses and ensuring that chemicals in food, the food we all eat, every single one of us, all around this country, every day, from young to old and everywhere in between, that our food is safe. How does dismantling this keep any of us safe? How does it keep any of us healthy? Mr. Kennedy has an overarching plan to gut the funding for FDA, which will severely limit regulation and safe implementation, also of new drug trials, medications. And this could lead to dangerous drugs flooding the market, putting countless lives at risk. You know, Mr. President, the role of the Health and Human Services Secretary, it is one of profound responsibility. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has undermined the very foundations of our public health system. Mr. Kennedy's vision for the future of our healthcare system, well, he wants to undermine Medicare and Medicaid. He wants to slash cancer research funding. He wants to push dangerous public health conspiracies. These are visions and these are things I cannot support. No one should support. We all want a healthier future for America, one that both prevents diseases and where we can think about curing diseases, where we can do preventative medicine, curative medicine, where we can have that hope for folks whose mother gets lung cancer in the future, that she might live, or leukemia in the future, that their brother might live. Mine didn't, but I hope that they didn't die in vain, because research goes on and will help others. And I want us to be able to cure diseases for the ones that we love. And so that is why I cannot in good conscience support Mr. Kennedy's nomination, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. The stakes couldn't be higher. Our very lives, the lives of our loved ones, they may just depend on it. Thank you. Yes. Post-cloture debate time to the senior senator of Oregon.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I stand here in strong opposition to the nomination of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to serve as the Secretary of Health and Human Resources for the United States of America. The American people know that our health care system is broken. Families have to work through too much health insurance red tape, only to be denied care or forced to pay out of pocket. Medical debt is the leading cause of bankruptcy in the United States. Families are saddled with medical debt from prices that are too high and burdened by quality of care that is too low. When they need to get an appointment, they have to wait months, drive hours, or simply go without the care which they need. Pharmacies, hospitals, community health centers struggle to keep their doors open, and communities are watching health providers and workers burn out under the strain of a healthcare system that is increasingly being sold out to greedy investors and the billionaire class. The American people deserve a real healthcare system, not the current sick care system, and they deserve leadership which will recognize all of these problems and commit to solving them. Instead, Donald Trump and Elon Musk are only making things worse. To Elon Musk, move fast and break things is not in the United States Constitution. That's why these federal district court judges are stopping your actions. In Trump's first 3 weeks in office, he has taken illegal and unconstitutional action that disrupted life-saving health research, sent Musk and his Doge acolytes to make cuts in Medicare and Medicaid, cut off federal funding for community health centers, used discriminatory fear-mongering to threaten federal funding for hospitals and health providers just trying to provide care for their patients. Every chaotic decision, every cut, every illegal action are all to make it easier for this administration to work alongside congressional Republicans to slash and burn our core health care programs. They're not doing this to make things better for everyday Americans. It's Robin Hood in reverse. They are working to take from those who need it the most just to give billions more in handouts for defense contractors and their billionaire donors. They want hundreds of billions of dollars in tax breaks for billionaires. They want to increase defense spending by $150 billion, more nuclear weapons, more. But then it turns and says, where are we going to get the money? And they say, oh, we're going to Medicaid. We're going to the Affordable Care Act. We're going to community health centers. We're going to go to the programs that actually do protect people. More nuclear weapons aren't going to protect people. It's having access to the health care system that can help protect their families. Now, Trump and Musk and Republicans, they're going to call it efficiency, or they'll call it transparency, or they'll say it's just adding basic requirements to Medicaid. This is all code, the code for cuts. Efficiency, transparency, or just be honest about it, Elon. Just be honest about it, President Trump. Cuts to programs. They keep saying there's all kinds of waste in the system. Well, point it out to us. We'll cut it out for you. Give us the list of the programs you want to have cut because they're waste, and we'll do it. But you know, you want to know what they don't want to say? They don't want to say that they want to cut Medicaid. They don't want to say they want to cut clean air, clean water, the programs to protect ordinary people. They want to call it waste, and we're going to call it out for what it is, where they're going. They're going to the programs that help provide the health care for ordinary Americans. Cuts to health care that Americans rely upon. And when Americans have to wait longer for care, when they have to pay more, or watch the only hospital in their community shut down, the blame for what will happen will lay at the feet of the politicians who put self-interest above the interest of the American people. And rather than consider a nominee who would seriously protect and preserve the health of the American people, Donald Trump nominated yet another enabler to his cabinet, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who instead of standing up to the Trump-Musk chaos will only add fuel to Donald Trump's Make America Sick Again campaign. Because that's what it is. Make America sick again. Ralph Waldo Emerson from Massachusetts, he said, health is the first wealth. Well, that first wealth is going to get looted so billionaires get even richer. And serving as Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services is an immense responsibility. The agency oversees the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the Food and Drug Administration, the National Institutes of Health, which is made up of 27 institutes and centers, and each decision that an HHS secretary makes will have a huge impact on our healthcare system. Run well, HHS ensures medications are safe and effective, keeps workers and students and seniors safe, protects the public from global pandemics or disease outbreaks, guarantees hospitals, doctors, and community health centers provide safe, quality care, and funds research that will build the foundation to accurately diagnose patients, better treat cancer, cure Alzheimer's, heart disease, diabetes, cancer. That's what it's supposed to be all about. Not freezing that funding, not cutting that funding, but ensuring that the researchers have the funding they need, because research is medicine's field of dreams from which we harvest the findings that gives hope to families that we will find the cures for those diseases that have run through their family's medical history. And we know that HHS has Health and Human Services, but it also stands for Human Health Security. And the stakes of leadership are life and death. But instead of nominating a serious and qualified candidate, Trump selected a candidate who questioned the well-proven conclusion that HIV causes AIDS, made millions by spreading lies about vaccines, compared vaccine mandates to Nazi Germany, said Wi-Fi and cell phones cause leaky brains, threatened to remove fluoride from drinking water, and made baseless claims about medication for depression that it would lead to mass shootings. Well, Mr. Kennedy's track record shows that he is a danger to the health of America. He would make America sick again. In June of 2019, he went to Samoa on a trip arranged by anti-vaccine activists. He used that trip to spread lies about the measles vaccine in the Samoan Prime Minister and Director General of Health. He and the organization he led amplified activists who spread false information about the measles vaccine. And after a measles outbreak broke out in Samoa and 16 people died, rather than intervene and help, Mr. Kennedy sent a letter to the Prime Minister that blamed these deaths on the vaccine rather than the absence of vaccines. The death count in Samoa grew to 83. Volunteers in New Zealand sent tiny coffins to help bury the dozens of children who died. A New Zealand vaccinologist later said the impact of Mr. Kennedy's role in the outbreak was devastating. In a moment, when Robert F. Kennedy Jr. could have used his influence for good, he fueled disinformation that cost lives. When Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was asked about Medicare and Medicaid, he could not answer questions in his confirmation hearing about the most basic questions, demonstrating that he would be at HHS only to make whatever cuts that Trump and Musk and Doge dictate at the expense of the health care of the American people. Now he's in line to be the #1 health care official in the United States. That would be a disaster. Mr. Kennedy has reportedly given reassurances on his position on vaccines or on his position on food and chronic disease. To my colleagues, I would say this: we cannot address chronic disease if we are slashing Medicare and Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, or recklessly cutting off funding from hospitals and community health centers. If we are battling vaccine misinformation, it will make it much more difficult to take on chronic disease like heart disease or diabetes. The long-term impact of food on children's health doesn't matter if children are dying from preventable infectious diseases because their families believe misinformation spread by the nominee for Secretary of Health and Human Services. And even with the promises he has made on the vaccine misinformation, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has not demonstrated that he will fulfill his promises. He has used his position to lead people down the dangerous path of vaccine misinformation, and when asked about his role in the Samoa measles outbreak, he lied. The stakes are too high to take a risk on this nominee. I hear from people in Massachusetts who rely on our health care system, single mothers of disabled children relying on Medicaid, also called Mass Health in Massachusetts, to make sure their child gets care. I hear from people living with cystic fibrosis, or parents of children on the autism spectrum or with Down syndrome who could only afford their medication or coverage with Mass Health Medicaid coverage. For them, Medicaid is the lifeline. And when that lifeline is cut, their lives get harder. And that's what this administration is aiming to do with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in the lead. The American people deserve more than what they have now. They should be able to get health care when they need it, and they should not have to worry that it's available. They should be able to go to their doctor or to their pharmacy without running up their debt or being forced to choose between paying their rent or a medical bill. They should have health providers that aren't too overworked and burned out to provide them quality care. They should have primary care, mental health care, addiction care, dental care, cancer treatment, and more available to them without waiting months or traveling for hours or being left to hope for an available clinical trial. Americans should have unquestioned health care access and quality, and I want to deliver on that for every single American. But Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will only make this harder by embracing Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and the spread of vaccine disinformation. I'm not alone in my concern. I've received over 1,000 calls and emails to my office opposing his nomination. I have also received letters from over 20,000 physicians, including thousands of pediatricians, internal medicine, emergency medicine, doctors representing all 50 states and Puerto Rico, over 800 public health officials, 75 Nobel laureates oppose his confirmation, chairs of pediatric departments across the country, and statements from the Massachusetts Teachers Association representing over 11,000 educators, and from the National Nurses Union representing 225,000 nurses, all opposing Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Every single one of them expressed concern and dismay about having a Secretary of Health and Human Service that doesn't believe in vaccines that save lives. We need to listen to the people on the front lines, the health providers, who have dedicated their lives to serving their patients, the researchers who have committed to finding life-saving treatments and cures, and the educators who care for our nation's children each and every day. They are all saying no to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He is unqualified, and his confirmation would be dangerous to the health of our nation. And with that, Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, I come to the floor with sadness and anger because we are here to consider the nomination of a person who very tragically and unfortunately is unworthy and unqualified and unprepared for this position. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will, in fact, betray the trust and credibility of the office he's been nominated to fill. He has already shown that he lacks the trust in science and the adherence to the truth that is so important, because this office is fundamentally about advocating for public health, informing the public, speaking truth to the American people when there is so much misinformation and disinformation about what will keep Americans healthy and make them healthier. And He threatens literally to make America sick. Whether it's make America sick again or just make America sicker, the fact is he has supported conspiracy theories and distorted views of what is important in public health that threaten the American people. The Nobel laureates, the healthcare professionals, the members of his own family, and in a certain way, I would say if you have any question about Mr. Kennedy's qualifications, you should listen to Caroline Kennedy and her very powerful comments on his nomination. The fact is that her comments are an indictment. They are literally a warning against his nomination, stating that he is, quote, addicted to attention and power, and that he has already, quote, denigrated our healthcare system by championing beliefs that cost lives. Ultimately, the confirmation process so far has confirmed what we already know, that as a source of information, advocacy, and truth, he is less than Americans deserve. Americans deserve someone who believes in the Affordable Care Act and its premium tax credits that reduce health care costs for millions of Americans who otherwise would be left uninsured and unable to afford health care. Americans deserve a secretary who will advance research into life-saving medicines, treatments, and vaccination. He's not that person. Americans deserve a secretary who will protect Medicaid, which provides health care to nearly 1 million Connecticut residents, including 350,000 people. At the very least, someone who knows the difference between Medicaid and Medicare. He is not that person. And Americans deserve a secretary who will protect the sensitive health data of millions of people across the country. When the Department of Government Efficiency, which is an unregulated and potentially unsanctioned organization, gained access to millions of seniors' records at Medicare, Mr. Kennedy purposefully said nothing. And at the very least, we need someone who will stand up to President Trump when he spreads misinformation from the White House, someone who will stand up to him when he asks that his Secretary of Health and Human Services do something illegal or immoral. And clearly, Mr. Kennedy is not that person. There's a reason that he lacks support from all these professional organizations and is actively opposed by them, by healthcare professionals, Nobel laureates, and his own family. And that is that he fails the basic test of what Americans deserve, a secretary that believes in science and advances in modern medicine, a secretary who won't profit off the lies he tells about vaccines and science, a secretary who will not instigate fears of life-saving vaccinations, while at the same time ensuring that his own children are vaccinated and protected. A secretary who will protect women and reproductive rights, and someone who knows the difference between Medicare and Medicaid. The kind of leadership that is required from the Secretary of Health and Human Services has never been more important. And that truth-telling, advocacy, informing of the public is more vital than ever. Now, HHS is a massive department. The management challenges alone are fierce. He has no qualifications or experience that would justify his appointment. He would oversee health insurance for millions of people through Medicare, Medicaid, the Children's Health Insurance Program, and the Affordable Care Act. He's responsible for promoting the economic and social well-being of children and families, combating the opioid epidemic, and supporting people with disabilities and strengthening the nation's public health system and emergency response. The HHS Secretary is responsible for advancing innovative medical research through the National Institutes of Health. The Food and Drug Administration, responsible for ensuring our food and drugs and medical devices are safe and effective, and the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, which strengthens our public health system and responds to disease outbreaks. This agency is a sprawling, massive, challenging management task. And his nomination has spotlighted not only his lack of experience in management, but also his long history of dangerous, delusional, and misguided beliefs that would be detrimental to the public, and in fact, a betrayal of public health. The focus has been on Mr. Kennedy's views on vaccinations and his public denial of well-recognized science. His really frightening views, which he has used to make money and have endangered the lives of countless children and families, ought to be disqualifying on their own. He admits to vaccinating his own children. Vaccines are safe and effective enough for his family, but not others, it seems. Fact is, vaccines are safe and effective. To be clear, over the last 50 years, vaccines have prevented 154 million deaths, including 146 million among children younger than 5 years old. They undergo exhaustive tests and trials and independent review to determine whether they are safe and effective. And they continue to undergo rigorous review even after they approve. This system works, but Mr. Kennedy has a long history of weakening and weaponizing parental instincts to protect their children and to spread disingenuous and life-threatening misinformation. These lies are attributable to his bad judgment as well as self-enrichment. Exactly the opposite of what a Secretary of HHS should exemplify. He supported the dangerous, unproven lie that African Americans can use weaker vaccine schedules because black people have stronger immune systems. This disgusting, appalling claim has been disavowed by the medical community and renounced by the authors of the studies that Mr. Kennedy has incorrectly cited in espousing these lies. But these lies exacerbate racism. And it is a weakness in our public health system that this racism may continue to exist. To exacerbate it threatens people's lives. The anti-vaccine group he founded has maintained that measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine is linked to higher rates of autism in black children. Again, flat-out lie, racialized comments that are intended to stoke fear in the public health system and exploit the very caution that many communities of color approach the healthcare system with. His lies will, again, exacerbate the clear disparities that exist in healthcare for different racial groups. And the inequity of those disparities is a glaring weakness in our current healthcare system. But he will be spouting those kinds of disinformation, spouting on podcasts, espousing in the media as the highest ranking health official in our country. The notion that the public health of the nation, credibility, trust, truth-telling would be put in the hands of this man is truly frightening. Now, he's attempted to backtrack since his nomination. He's claiming he's not anti-vaccine, but when he was asked point blank under oath during confirmation hearings, in effect, he ducked and dodged. Some of my colleagues have claimed that Mr. Kennedy privately told them he'll work with existing vaccine approvals and safety networks, and that he won't undermine vaccines in his role overseeing them. In private, that's what he said. Why wouldn't he make these commitments during public confirmation hearings? Why couldn't he make them when he was under oath? The threat is that he will do exactly the contrary. The American people deserve more than backdoor, private, confidential conversations and quiet promises about what the HHS Secretary will do. And the fact is, he has pushed these kinds of debunked theories linking childhood vaccinations to autism, claiming that COVID-19 vaccines were weaponized against specific ethnic and socioeconomic groups, and profiting off lawsuits against life-saving vaccines that prevent deadly diseases like cervical cancer, measles, tetanus, and chickenpox. There is no argument from me that there needs to be testing and review and clinical trials for vaccines to be proven safe and effective. But once those tests and trials and independent review take place and are judged to be sufficient to show a vaccine is safe and effective, undermining them is simply contrary to public health. Now, Mr. Kennedy would also threaten reproductive care and reproductive freedom. During his 2024 presidential campaign, he consistently downplayed the importance of reproductive health, claiming that abortion was, quote, just a little issue, end quote. Abortion was hardly a little issue for women across the country, especially women who have literally died or come close to death as a result of denial of this essential health care and freedom. The Americans deserve a Secretary of Health and Human Services who respects women and who works against politicians telling women what they can do with their bodies and trusts women to make decisions about what is right for them. The HHS Secretary, as a matter of fact, oversees the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, a federal law that mandates that women who need emergency care are entitled to it, whether that emergency care be an abortion or some other treatment. When he was asked if a woman bleeding out in an emergency room is entitled to emergency care under this law, Mr. Kennedy responded, quote, "I don't know," end quote. He should know, whether sheer incompetence, utter confusion, or just an unwillingness to agree to uphold federal laws protecting women. That comment and response alone should be disqualifying. It's dangerous, and confirming him in this position could be deadly to women who depend on that program. He's refused to say that he'll protect access to medication abortion. Instead, he has said he would reevaluate the drug. Now, this drug has been safely and effectively used by millions of women for decades. His response is code for making it harder to access or ban it altogether. He won't commit to protecting women who need emergency medical care. He will not commit to keeping safe and effective abortion medication available. He will limit access to abortion services, and his confirmation poses the danger of catastrophic consequences for women. How can women trust him to protect their interests and safeguard their health? The women of America deserve better. Mr. Kennedy has a long history of making baseless and damaging claims about the LGBTQ plus community, including the absurd lie that environmental chemical exposure somehow causes children to become gay or transgender. Boggles the mind. Incredibly dangerous to the health and safety of LGBTQ plus youth. But it is his stated belief, or it has been at various times in the past, and adding to those harmful ideas is his belief that HIV does not cause AIDS. He has supported bans on gender-affirming health care for transgender individuals and spread information about what gender-affirming care actually looks like in the real world. And if he continues to spread this unscientific rhetoric as Secretary of HHS, he will cost people's lives. Members of the LGBTQ community already experience significant health disparities, and Mr. Kennedy's false views on health, sexual orientation, and gender identity would make these disparities, like racial disparities, even worse. To serve in this position, Mr. Kennedy need not be the world's greatest scientist or the most erudite professor or the most astute researcher, but he needs to have a respect for science and medical professionals. He lacks it. He made abundantly clear during his confirmation hearing he has none of those qualities. And, in fact, demonstrated an inadequate understanding of the very programs that he is supposed to be administering if he's confirmed, like Medicare and Medicaid. You know, we have reviewed a lot of nominees as senators, and we know that they're prepared, they're extensively murder-boarded, as they say, ask questions in preparation. You would expect that the nominee to be HHS Secretary would understand the difference between two of the most important and largest health insurance programs in the country that serve millions of Americans every day. He didn't. The American people deserve better. His decisions, if he is confirmed, will have long-lasting impacts, and he lacks the expertise to lead this agency and lead Americans as an advocate, as an informer, as a truth teller. And lest you think that he will rely on good people who will help him in administering this agency, he's pledged to fire hundreds of National Institutes health employees. He told the Food and Drug Administration workers to, quote, pack their bags, end quote, and he'd like to clear entire departments of the federal government, including the nutrition department at the FDA. He is in no way going to rely on career professionals who truly understand the policy behind the programs that he knows so little about. Mr. Kennedy has claims to support improving nutrition and combating chronic diseases. And many of us support those programs to eliminate additives, for example, or provide better nutritional information, front of package labels showing nutritional content, and enabling Americans to be healthier by eating better and by being better informed. But instead of surrounding himself with experts, his potential top advisors include people who want to change or abolish the nutrition guidelines, like the dietary guidelines for Americans, which will bolster industry profits, not health. The dietary guidelines for Americans provide science-based advice on what to drink and eat to meet nutrient needs. They promote health. They reduce the risk of chronic disease. This dietary guidance is critically important because 3 in 5 adults live with chronic disease. Let me repeat, 3 in 5 adults live with chronic disease that could be improved with better nutrition. And it informs all federal nutrition programs, meaning that these dietary guidelines impact 1 in 4 Americans through programs like the National School Lunch Program, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, known as SNAP, the Child and Adult Care Food Program. These programs follow those dietary guidelines because they are based on science. But Mr. Kennedy lacks respect for science. The fact that he espouses better nutrition isn't translated into real-world support for action that benefits Americans. His opposition to those guidelines benefits the food industry. Having a science denier surrounded by potentially lobbyists at the helm of this agency is not going to make Americans healthy. Again, it is going to make them sicker. It is going to potentially sell them out for profit. I'm disappointed that we're here, as I said at the outset, to be considering someone who is so deeply unqualified and unprepared for a position that is an enormous potential opportunity to improve the health of America. His advocacy could spread the truth, could hold the food industry or pharmaceutical drug industry to higher standards to provide more medicine and treatments and cures at lower prices. He could support research through the NIH instead of advocating that it be cut. He could enable women to have reproductive care instead of dodging or diminishing its importance. He could help eliminate racism and bias against LGBTQ plus people in our healthcare system. So much opportunity squandered in this nomination. I will vote no on Robert Kennedy Jr. I urge my colleagues to heed the warnings from Americans, much better qualified than I am to make this judgment. Those Nobel laureates, the professional organizations, the healthcare experts, and of course, his family, who know him best. Caroline Kennedy, who spoke with such eloquence and insight. Her incisive and heartbreaking video should be watched by everyone who is about to vote on this nomination. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, in Hawaii, thousands of our keiki children attend Head Start, setting them up for a lifetime of success. After the devastating wildfire of Maui in 2023, the U.S. Public Health Service was on the ground within days, providing care to survivors and first responders. On Oahu, the University of Hawaii's Cancer Center is leading on critical NIH-funded research on breast, liver, and lung cancer, studying diseases that disproportionately impact the Native Hawaiian and Asian American communities. All of these programs are vital for people in Hawaii, and they are all made possible by the Departments of Health and Human Services, or HHS. HHS does critical work across our country, keeping communities healthy and researching deadly diseases from cancer to COVID and so much more. Americans trust HHS because their mission has historically been guided not by politics, but by science and data. But already, Donald Trump is taking a sledgehammer to HHS and the essential work it does. For weeks, HHS employees have been prohibited from making any external communications and have been directed to withhold grant disbursements. Illegal, by the way. Halting critical updates on emerging public health threats and delaying or denying funding for community health centers without explanation. These edicts are already forcing clinics to consider reducing services and staff, or worse, closing these services, endangering health care access for our most vulnerable populations. And just last Friday, the National Institutes of Health, or NIH, announced it would slash indirect cost rates nationwide. Funds that keep the lights on and the bills paid at America's medical schools, hospitals, and research institutions, enabling our country to lead globally on biomedical research. This is life-saving research. These across-the-board cuts aren't hypothetical. They will harm real people in need of help. Just yesterday, I spoke with the University of Hawaii John A. Burns School of Medicine, who explained the catastrophic consequences this cap would have. This illegal action, as I mentioned, would compromise plans for the UH Cancer Center to begin offering phase 1 clinical trials in Hawaii for the first time. What does this mean for the people of Hawaii? For the first time, people in Hawaii will not have to go to the mainland to participate in these trials, but with the help of this NIH funding now being slashed, for the first time, people of Hawaii would be able to stay in Hawaii to participate in these very important clinical trials. Mr. President, if allowed to stand, these actions will be catastrophic for our country and for global efforts to combat the spread of diseases. And all of these actions have been taken without a confirmed secretary in place at HHS. One would hope the president's nominee to lead such an important department would be a level-headed individual guided by science and data. Instead, Donald Trump has nominated the total opposite, Robert Kennedy Jr. Mr. Kennedy is an anti-vaccine activist who peddles and profits from conspiracy theories and has a troubling history of misconduct. In his confirmation hearings, Mr. Kennedy appeared not to know the difference between Medicare and Medicaid, essential programs that 66 million and 72 million people respectively rely on for access to health care. Mr. Kennedy purports to be a proponent of bodily autonomy when it comes to vaccines, as if we know better than scientists about the efficacy and safety of medical treatments. But Mr. Kennedy's commitment to bodily autonomy suddenly flies out the window when it comes to women's right to control our own bodies. He has shown he'll do Donald Trump's bidding in his war on women and our freedom. Where's our bodily autonomy? As they work to reverse the FDA's approval of mifepristone, which has been used safely for medication abortion for more than 20 years. So much for bodily autonomy. And it's clear Mr. Kennedy will be guided not by science, but by the conspiracy theories he's pursued for decades on vaccines, raw milk, stem cell treatment, and much more. Vaccines are a modern miracle that have saved an estimated 154 million lives and enabled us to all but eradicate diseases like polio and smallpox. But due to the activism of conspiracy theorists like Mr. Kennedy, public trust in vaccines have eroded, endangering countless lives and threatening the herd immunity that protects us all. Mr. President, I grew up in rural Japan where we didn't have widespread access to most vaccines. As a child, I remember getting measles, mumps, whooping cough. When one kid in our village got sick, it just spread like wildfire in our village, and all the kids got sick. I know what it means to be vaccinated. To willingly submit our children to such a fate, like what happened to us and me in Japan, would be cruel, counterproductive, and deadly. But Mr. Kennedy seems not to care about those impacts. Mr. President, we all agree there are things we can do to make our country healthier. And I stand ready to work with my colleagues to do that important work. But eliminating access to health care, promoting conspiracy theories, firing researchers, and undermining evidence-based policymaking will do nothing to make us healthier. It will instead unleash chaos on patients, providers, and countless other Americans who rely on the services, funding, and research emanating from HHS. Mr. Kennedy will not make America healthy again, yet another empty slogan. He will, in fact, instead, make us less healthy, less safe, and less prosperous. We know this, because it's exactly what happened in Samoa after misinformation about vaccines, pushed in part by Mr. Kennedy, led to a deadly measles outbreak there. Hawaii's Governor Josh Green is also a physician, and he traveled to Samoa at the invitation of the country's health minister to help stem the consequences of this deadly misinformation. He recently wrote about his experiences in an op-ed in the New York Times, and I'd like to read portions of that op-ed now. Our governor wrote, quote, "When vaccination rates fall, preventable diseases can gain a foothold and pose a new danger." And that's precisely what happened in Samoa after misinformation spread by anti-vaccine activists eroded trust in vaccines and led to the 2019 outbreak. Thousands of preventable cases of measles sprang up, leading to the deaths of 83 people, mostly children. One of the most prominent voices behind the anti-vaccine campaign was Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. Governor Green goes on to say that we witnessed the deadly consequences of the anti-vaccine campaign. We arrived at one home just minutes after a toddler girl had died from measles, her mother bursting into tears as we approached. The child was lying on a makeshift bed in the middle of the family's one-room house, her face still red from fever. I put my hands on her face and could feel the warmth in her skin, but her eyes were fixed and glazed over. My stethoscope confirmed she was no longer breathing. Governor Green went on to write, Mr. Kennedy and others fanned the flames of fear with misinformation. The people of Samoa shared with me that they got very little news from outside their community, but that in the months before the 2019 epidemic, they were bombarded with social media posts claiming that vaccinations were unsafe and would harm or even kill their children. Activists from other countries, including Mr. Kennedy, claimed vaccines were dangerous. Many Samoans were afraid to vaccinate their children, and by late 2019, the epidemic was raging, overwhelming Samoa's national healthcare system. Governor Green concluded by saying, as we look to the future, the possibility of his being confirmed, he's talking about Robert Kennedy, being confirmed as the Secretary of Health and Human Services is cause for grave concern. I worry he would jeopardize half a century of progress and success gained by the United States as a result of vaccination programs. Too much depends on our commitment to truth and the life-saving power of vaccines to entrust Mr. Kennedy with the direction of these programs. Our children's lives depend on it. I thank the governor for his service to the people of Samoa, for so eloquently describing what's at stake with Mr. Kennedy's nomination. Our governor was so concerned that he recently traveled all the way from Hawaii to Washington, D.C. to speak to as many senators that he could directly about what's at stake. Governor Green was that concerned about what this nominee could do to HHS. During his confirmation hearing, Mr. Kennedy had the opportunity to take responsibility for his role in Samoa's measles outbreak. Instead, he stuck to his old tricks, blaming vaccines and spreading misinformation. Governor Green is correct. Our children's lives depend on our commitment to vaccinations, and all of our lives depend on the science and research done by HHS. Mr. Kennedy poses a dire threat to that science and indeed to the American people. For those reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote no on his forthcoming nomination. I yield back. Mr. President,
Senator from Hawaii.
I yield 30 minutes of post-cloture debate time to the Senior Senator of Oregon.
The Senator has that right.
Mr. President?
Senator from New Hampshire.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to join my colleagues, to join the many Granite Staters who have written my office and expressed their grave alarm in opposing the nomination of Mr. Kennedy as the next Secretary of Health and Human Services. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is without experience or qualification for this post. He is uninformed about and apparently uninterested in the most basic elements of health care policy. He entertains and spreads conspiracy theories that virtually everyone in this body knows to be dishonest and dangerous. In a different time, in a different political moment, with a different president, members of this chamber would have joined together to resoundingly reject Mr. Kennedy's nomination. In fact, in a different time, where qualifications and character mattered, Mr. Kennedy's nomination would never have made it to the floor. But here we are. Today, it appears that Mr. Kennedy will be confirmed and that members of the United States Senate, the so-called world's greatest deliberative body, will sacrifice the health of our fellow Americans by failing to stand up for science and for the truth. For even the most skilled and experienced person, running the Department of Health and Human Services is a really daunting task. We expect and trust the HHS Secretary to direct the administration of critical programs like Medicare or Medicaid, to direct research so that we can find cures for cancer, Alzheimer's, and other diseases, to help bring new life-saving medications to market, and to find ways to make medicine and care more affordable, to help ensure that our children grow up healthy and that our parents age with dignity. When a crisis hits, we look to the Secretary of Health and Human Services for leadership to help lead the fight against fentanyl or to protect our communities from a pandemic. There is perhaps no aspect of public policy as complicated as healthcare, and there are few aspects of life as fundamental as being healthy. And to be sure, there are grave healthcare challenges facing our country. The cost of healthcare is too high, the cost of prescriptions too steep. While we've made extraordinary progress in recent generations, we know that too many diseases still cry out to be cured, and too many people struggle to get the care that they need, where and when they need it. The challenges are real, but progress is possible. When I was governor of New Hampshire, I worked with Republicans and Democrats in the legislature to help our state adopt Medicaid expansion. And during the first Trump administration, we came together to end surprise medical billing with a new bipartisan law. Of course, there is much more work to do. The point is that when we work together, embrace common sense solutions, and have the right leadership, we can forge progress. But it takes hard work. It takes seriousness to tackle a challenge as daunting as healthcare. It takes experience, talent, and ability. We're talking about the health of our country and of our children. This is a job that requires us to search far and wide across our country to find the right person, someone who is informed, capable, and forthright. Someone who has a proven track record of leadership, and someone willing to tell the truth in service to the goal of helping every American to be healthy. Instead, the President of the United States offered us Mr. Kennedy. It's entirely unclear to me what qualifications Mr. Kennedy brings to this office. He's never run an organization or a business even 1/100th of the size of the Department of Health and Human Services. He has no background in medicine, science, health policy, or government. Most concerning, though, is his complete and utter lack of even the most basic knowledge of the department he is supposed to lead, or the health policy debates and challenges that our country has been grappling with over the last several decades. It's not simply that we have been asked to hope that Mr. Kennedy learns on the job. It's not simply that we're being asked to grade Mr. Kennedy on a curve. It's worse than that, because even for his confirmation hearings, Mr. Kennedy couldn't be bothered to even do his homework. During his confirmation hearing, I asked Mr. Kennedy some fairly basic questions about Medicare and Medicaid, the most well-known health programs overseen by the department he seeks to lead, programs which tens of millions of Americans count on for their care. He couldn't accurately identify a single part of Medicare. He got every question I asked wrong. When it comes to Medicaid, which among other things provides coverage for about half of the births in the United States, he wrongly said it was fully federally funded, which it isn't. Let me be clear, the administration is asking the American people to place these critical health programs in the hands of a man who has no idea what they even are. That's a big ask. And it's an ask we wouldn't make of our own constituents. No one in this body would hire even an entry-level healthcare staffer who did not understand the basics of Medicaid and Medicare. Why should we exercise a different, weaker standard for the person who's supposed to be in charge of both? Why, with this administration, does the bar go even lower when the office becomes even higher? If Mr. Kennedy cannot be bothered to learn the basics about Medicare and Medicaid, he will certainly not bother to stand up for them. This administration has made clear that it is willing to gut Medicaid in order to pay for tax breaks for billionaires. The President's new director of the Office of Management and Budget has in fact proposed that the administration cut Medicaid, a program that provides health insurance coverage for approximately 80 million Americans, by more than 1/3. Does anyone think that Mr. Kennedy will be a voice of reason? That he will speak out on behalf of American families and make the case for saving Medicare or Medicaid? He can't even describe what they are. Mr. Kennedy is an intelligent and educated man, but education and intelligence aren't a substitute for taking the job seriously. If Mr. Kennedy were in the running for a different post, his failure to understand the basics of our healthcare system might not be relevant. But it so happens to be the American people's great misfortune that he is in fact being called to serve as the highest public health official in our land. Mr. Kennedy's lack of qualifications and knowledge about healthcare have real consequences. If confirmed, his lack of preparation, experience, and interest in America's healthcare will leave our country worse off. Our people will be less healthy. And nobody will feel Mr. Kennedy's careless disregard for the magnitude of his position more than America's women. When I was initially considering Mr. Kennedy's nomination, one mark in his favor was his long record of advocacy on behalf of a woman's fundamental freedom to make her own health decisions. When Mr. Kennedy was in New Hampshire campaigning for president, he told Granite Staters, quote, "I'm pro-choice. I don't think the government has any business telling people what to do with their bodies," close quote. But since he came out in support of President Trump, Mr. Kennedy has made a remarkable discovery. He decided at the age of 71 that his long-held belief in reproductive freedom for women was wrong. All of his principles about women making their own choices were suddenly no longer true. Instead, as the nation's leading public health official, he has said that he will faithfully and enthusiastically carry out the anti-choice policies of an administration that continues to dedicate itself to undermining and taking away a woman's fundamental freedom. This isn't a hypothetical issue. In his confirmation hearing, Mr. Kennedy said that he and the Trump administration would be examining the safety of the drug mifepristone, which is used for abortions and in miscarriage care. During the hearing, I showed Mr. Kennedy study after study, stacks, hundreds of pages of research done over the course of decades, all of which demonstrate the safety of this medication. Let me be clear, the safety has been proven. If Mr. Kennedy and the Trump administration continue to persist in studying a drug that is proven to be safe, it's clear that their objection is not with a lack of research. Their objection is to the result of that research. So they want to sow doubt about it. They want to sow confusion. And once they do, they will hide behind the very doubt that they've created as a reason for denying women the most basic of human freedoms, bodily autonomy. And Mr. Kennedy, having sold out his pro-choice principles, will surely help in that effort. He certainly will not stand in the way of it. The debate about reproductive freedom is fundamentally a debate about whether one believes in the basic promise of our Declaration of Independence, that all of us are free and equal. The question for Mr. Kennedy and all those who would deny women this basic freedom is whether they believe that women have the capacity and judgment to make their own health care and reproductive decisions just as men do. Make no mistake, Mr. Kennedy did not have a miraculous conversion, something like the Apostle Paul's on the road to Damascus, on this issue. He just made a cold-blooded, expedient choice to cut a path to power. He decided that the freedom of women was a small price to pay in order to be able to call himself a cabinet secretary. I have had good faith disagreements with friends and colleagues on the issue of abortion. But Mr. Kennedy is different. Mr. Kennedy has spent his lifetime arguing for a woman's reproductive freedom. But he now abandons what he used to refer to as a core value for a title and for what he apparently thinks is more important than freedom, being in Donald Trump's orbit. Americans have a particular disdain for those who sell out the freedom of their fellow citizens in pursuit of power. We call such people many things. We seldom call them Mr. Secretary. Even if Mr. Kennedy was not inexperienced, even if Mr. Kennedy had basic knowledge regarding our health system, even if Mr. Kennedy was not willing to imperil freedom for women, members of both political parties should reject his nomination. Because Mr. Kennedy, who has forged a career of peddling cynicism and conspiracy regarding vaccines, is perhaps the most uniquely dangerous man ever nominated to head America's Department of Health and Human Services. Vaccines are among the greatest achievements in human history, and America has been at the center of that success. Our doctors and scientists were instrumental in helping vanquish smallpox and banish polio. Because of vaccines, more than 20 million people walk today who otherwise would have been stricken with polio. Hundreds of millions of people are alive today because of vaccines. I'm reminded of the words of a previous HHS secretary, quote, "Vaccines are some of the most thoroughly tested medical products we have. Vaccines are safe, effective, and life-saving," close quote. HHS Secretary Alex Azar, who was appointed by President Trump, said those words during his first term. He was right when he said this 6 years ago. But today, Mr. Kennedy asserts that this statement is wrong. Mr. Kennedy has a long history of dealing in both outright lies and clever half-truths to sow cynicism, mistrust, and confusion regarding vaccines. He has, at various times, discouraged people from getting vaccines for measles and polio. Mr. Kennedy has led litigation to discredit the HPV vaccine, a vaccine which has led to a dramatic decrease in cervical cancers among young women. When the pandemic hit, President Trump helped marshal America's scientific resources in Operation Warp Speed to produce a COVID vaccine in record time. This was, in my mind, one of the greatest public health achievements in decades, and a real credit to President Trump. But Mr. Kennedy helped lead efforts that attempted to revoke President Trump's COVID vaccines authorization. And for more than 25 years, Mr. Kennedy has helped perpetuate the dangerous lie that vaccines cause autism. During his confirmation hearings, my colleagues virtually begged Mr. Kennedy to recant these views. But Mr. Kennedy would not, insisting that if he somehow saw more evidence, only then, perhaps, he might reverse course and tell people he was wrong. This is a dangerous game that Mr. Kennedy plays. He hides his anti-vaccine conspiracies under a cloak of deniability. Sometimes he outright lies. But most of the time he insists that he's merely raising questions and that he's simply a man looking for answers. But to borrow from Benjamin Franklin, quote, "Half the truth is often a great lie," close quote. When Mr. Kennedy is presented with facts, he ignores them. He ignored the conclusive data that my colleagues showed him, proving that vaccines do not cause autism. He instead continued to rely on one tiny, outdated, faulty, disproven study from way back in 1998, a study that the journal that originally published it has since withdrawn to support his claim, instead of relying on the exhaustive studies that have been conducted since then that prove there is no link between vaccines and autism. It is fine to ask questions. It's often urgently important. But it's not doctors and scientists who are ignoring Mr. Kennedy's questions. It is Mr. Kennedy who is ignoring their answers. Mr. Kennedy's vaccine conspiracies are not a quirk of personality or harmless eccentricity, but especially with the authority and the megaphone that he will have if he is confirmed, will be a grave danger to the health of our people. Mr. Kennedy has already spent much of his career taking legal action against safe and effective vaccines. With the full power of the Department of Health and Human Services, it stands to reason that he will use his post to limit access to certain vaccines, pull FDA approval of others, or change guidelines and recommendations concerning what vaccines children should receive. But more than that, with the platform of HHS Secretary, Mr. Kennedy will undermine public trust in vaccines and will discourage a growing number of parents from getting their children vaccinated. As for Mr. Kennedy's insistence that simply raising doubts about the safety of vaccines doesn't mean that he's urging people not to get their children vaccinated, well, Mr. Kennedy may be unqualified, but he is not naive. He knows full well that millions of people listen to his words. Millions more will listen should he be confirmed to this office. And so, what happens? How much, Mr. President, does a lie about vaccines truly cost? Let us say that a greater number of Americans become wary of vaccines due to Mr. Kennedy's musings from the seat of the most powerful public health perch in the world. A greater number of families decide that their kids don't need vaccines. Sometimes that'll mean just skipping one vaccine. Sometimes it'll mean skipping all of them. These parents aren't necessarily conspiracy theorists themselves, but they've read some scary, if untrue, stories online. And as they try to figure out what to do, the most important public health authority in the land chooses to give credence to the lies rather than reassure parents with the truth. Or maybe, as is true with every parent, these parents are worried about their child developing a disability. And now they hear Mr. Kennedy suggest that vaccines maybe cause autism. So they hesitate. They don't return to the pediatrician's office for the next dose of a vaccine that will prevent their child from getting a deadly disease. And as more and more children become unprotected, as Robert F. Kennedy Jr. fails to advocate for safe, effective, life-saving vaccines, children get sick. They spread the disease. And all of a sudden, we are back to the kind of deadly disease outbreaks that doctors used to witness in the early decades of the 20th century. A time long enough ago that many Americans don't realize what it was like to lose a loved one to an illness like measles. There will be more measles outbreaks like the one going on right now in West Texas. Or maybe instead of measles, it'll be polio. People will get sick and people will die. Take a look in a museum at a rusting iron lung. Go to the graves of the unvaccinated measles victims in American Samoa. That is the cost. That is the price of this particular lie. I also take issue with the notion that Mr. Kennedy's anti-vaccine cynicism is somehow advancing scientific progress or healthy debate. The truth is that Mr. Kennedy's conspiracies are not particularly new. They're old theories that have been disproven, but that Mr. Kennedy keeps alive by continuing to recycle them long after the debate has been concluded. So no, I don't object to engaging in new debates over unproven science. I object to rehashing old debates over proven science. Remarkably, during the hearings, Mr. Kennedy and some of my colleagues sought to place Mr. Kennedy in the tradition of great scientific minds like Galileo and Newton, who dared challenge the scientific status quo with their own provocative questions. There is, of course, a key difference. The difference is that Galileo and Newton were right, and Mr. Kennedy is wrong. The evidence vindicated Galileo. The evidence refutes Mr. Kennedy. That difference is what separated Galileo from the village crank. That difference is what separates a witch doctor from a real one. This never-ending cycle of cynicism, of relitigating old debates about whether vaccines cause autism, it doesn't further scientific progress. It doesn't unlock new truths or cures. It keeps us stuck in the past, stuck having the same debates over and over and over again. All that changes is that the mound of evidence disproving Mr. Kennedy grows higher and higher. In his hearing, Mr. Kennedy said that he wouldn't apologize for asking what he called uncomfortable questions because, quote, we have massive health problems in this country that we must face honestly, close quote. The problem is not that Mr. Kennedy is asking uncomfortable questions. The problem is that Mr. Kennedy himself is not willing to accept the answers to them. The problem is that Mr. Kennedy is wasting our time and our money with dishonest and already settled debates that distract us from the task at hand, the task of tackling the real and significant health problems that are facing our country. Because in his lifetime of fear-mongering, what good has Mr. Kennedy actually contributed to the mission of public health? Mr. Kennedy says he wishes to make America healthy again. But when Mr. Kennedy suggested that the polio vaccine gave people cancer, what child did he make healthier? Mr. Kennedy says he's trying to promote vigorous scientific debate. When Mr. Kennedy suggested that the United States of America develop Lyme disease as a bioweapon, what medical breakthrough did that yield? What disease did he help cure then? Mr. Kennedy's vaccine fears garner him headlines, but have they made health care more affordable for a single American family? Think about the hours and resources that Mr. Kennedy has urged his followers to invest in relitigating proven science. And what progress could instead have been made if that money was invested in finding treatments and cures to diseases? That is the price of Mr. Kennedy's insistence that we remain frozen in time in our understanding of science. Mr. Kennedy has not made America healthier in his career thus far, nor will he if he is confirmed. He will make America less healthy, more doubtful, more divided, more cynical, and further away from finding cures and making scientific progress. Mr. President, we have real health care challenges in this country. The American people want health care costs. They need health care costs to come down. They want to stop having to make impossible choices between making ends meet and getting their children the medications that they need. They want it to be easier to get a prompt appointment with a good doctor in their neighborhood who talks with them and doesn't rush them out the door. They want better mental health care in our schools. And they want cures. They want their loved ones to stop being held back by chronic diseases. They want to say fewer early goodbyes because of cancer, Alzheimer's, and other diseases. They want to be able to age at home with dignity and high-quality home care. Making our country more healthy, that is no small task, but we can do it. We live in a great country. The American people are talented and imaginative. And when we work together, we have the capacity to do extraordinary things. We can make our country better. We can save more lives. But we cannot move forward if we confirm a cabinet secretary who engages in the same tired debates over and over again. If we confirm a cabinet secretary who goads us into fighting each other rather than fighting for cures or for lower health care costs. If this body confirms Mr. Kennedy, it will in effect be declaring that experience doesn't matter and qualifications do not count. It will be ignoring plain truths and suspending our capacity for reason, all because a president demanded that the majority of this body do so. If this body confirms Mr. Kennedy, it will be betraying who we are as Americans. It will be sacrificing a better future for the sake of needlessly relitigating the past. It will be confusing a charlatan with a prophet and cynicism with wisdom. And in the end, if this body confirms Mr. Kennedy, more parents will reject vaccinations for their children, more people will get sick, and a growing number of children will likely die. The exact impact of Mr. Kennedy's confirmation in terms of lives lost or progress thwarted will, of course, be hard to quantify. But regardless, what we do know for certain is that senators on both sides of the aisle are willing to denounce the lies that Mr. Kennedy spread. We saw that in our hearings. But colleagues, the issue in this moment isn't whether you'll stand up against lies. The issue is whether you will stand up to the man who tells them. And in this moment, in this chamber, it appears that not enough of my Republican colleagues are willing to do that. I hope I'm wrong. I urge my colleagues to reject Mr. Kennedy's nomination, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from California.
Mr. President, I too rise to oppose the nomination of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to serve as Secretary of Health and Human Services. I can only hope that I'm half as eloquent and moving as Senator Hassan has been, not just here on the floor today, but in committee during the confirmation hearing. But, Mr. President, I oppose this nomination for his wildly misinformed beliefs and his utter lack of experience. I believe he is fundamentally unfit and unprepared, and Americans will be less healthy if he is confirmed. Now, to begin with, for years, he has made conspiracy theories and anti-vaccine misinformation his calling card. From false accusations that vaccines cause autism, to lies that the COVID-19 virus targeted specific racial groups. He founded his own anti-vaccine organization, authored several books pushing public health conspiracies, and made millions of anti-vaccination lawsuits. It all points to a dangerous principle at the core of Mr. Kennedy's beliefs, and I quote that there's no vaccine that is safe and effective. Mr. President, as you know, my background is in engineering. I am not a scientist, but I am an engineer. And as an engineer, I trust the experts who have spent their lives researching, conducting clinical trials, and collecting data. And through the decades of life-changing discoveries and scientific breakthroughs, one thing has become increasingly and undeniably clear. The single best way to protect the nation from viral disease is to get vaccinated. It's the reason why today hundreds of millions of Americans can live freely without serious concerns of contracting polio, of contracting smallpox, or of contracting hepatitis. That used to be a source of pride for the nation. But in the face of all the proven science, proven again and again science, Mr. Kennedy has chosen to profit off of fear. And countless parents are being misled into making dangerous decisions for their children. Look, I get the fear. I'm proud to represent California in the Senate. I'm proud to have an engineering background, but I too am a parent. of 3 boys. And I remember what it was like to hold a baby in your arms and to worry every time there was a sniffle and a cough. I'd do anything to protect my children just as you would do anything to protect yours. But where families have reasonable questions on everything from doctors to diets, Mr. Kennedy simply sees dollar signs. Now today we find ourselves in yet another viral outbreak. A bird flu has shown some early signs of transmission to humans. I can't think of a worse idea than to install an anti-vaxxer as Secretary of Health and Human Services. His beliefs alone make him unfit to lead HHS. But in addition to that, he's simply unprepared to lead. Nearly 16 months ago, I was proud to co-found the bipartisan Senate Mental Health Caucus. Thank you, Senator Tillis. Thank you, Senator Ernst. Thank you, Senator Smith, for being co-founders of this caucus. In the time since then, we've made some significant strides. But before Americans can never reach out for help in a time of crisis, they have to know that they can access help. So that's on us, making sure that the support, the services, the programs are there for Americans when they need it. And we know that Medicaid is the single largest payer of behavioral health services in the nation. So at a time when Republicans are looking to cut funding for life-saving services, I'd rather see a fierce defender of Medicaid at HHS. Yet during his confirmation hearing, Mr. Kennedy failed to show even a basic understanding of Medicaid. Not the sources of funding, not the benefits, and at one point he even seemed to conflate or confuse Medicaid and Medicare. Colleagues, I shouldn't have to say this. This is not a learn-on-the-job nomination. Well, President Trump just knows just how unprepared Mr. Kennedy is for this job. Reporting from Semaphore just a few days ago tells us that during Mr. Kennedy's confirmation hearing, President Trump was watching. He saw just how poorly the confirmation hearing was going for Mr. Kennedy. So what did President Trump do? He does what he does best. He leapt into action to distract and divide. He held a press conference simply to throw out the latest controversy to reporters, and he took the attention off and the pressure off this dangerous nominee. That's what we're up against, colleagues. And over the next several months, our nation will face a critical test for some of the most important public health systems in our country. In the House, Republicans are already floating cuts to Medicaid to pay for even more tax breaks for the rich. In the White House, President Trump and his shadow President Musk have proven they'll shutter any agency that stands in their way. And today we're left wondering who will speak up to protect the health of millions of Americans. Unfortunately, Mr. Kennedy has already shown he is not up to the task. So colleagues, I urge you to join me in fighting to protect the health of our constituents and oppose the confirmation of Mr. Kennedy. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I want to join my last two colleagues, the Senator from New Hampshire and the Senator from California, in echoing some of their concerns, because I also rise today to oppose President Trump's nomination of Robert Francis Kennedy Jr. to be Secretary of Health and Human Services. Now, it's been less than a month since Donald Trump was inaugurated. Feels a bit longer for some of us. Yet already, we've seen this administration attack nonpartisan civil servants, illegally freeze federal funding, and gut the independent oversight bodies that crack down and protect Americans from corruption. So that would mean now more than ever, the Senate needs to confirm nominees who want to make the government more efficient, yes, but are also willing to work in good faith to advance their missions, regardless of political ideology. Unfortunately, I don't believe that Mr. Kennedy is that nominee, and I fear that he will serve as a rubber stamp for the chaos and disruption that the Trump-Musk administration brings. The past couple of weeks have made it clear that Elon Musk and his Doge bros have a disturbing scheme to undermine the government's ability to operate, all in the name of efficiency. We've seen Musk take a hatchet to USAID, ceding soft power and, frankly, 70 years of bipartisan leadership in that domain to China. We've seen that same attack limit our ability to fight terrorism and, unfortunately, turn our back, which we've never done, either presidents of Democrat or Republican affiliation, turn our back entirely on the international community. We've seen Mr. Musk take a hatchet to the CFPB and leave consumers to fend for themselves, giving a pass to scammers and institutions that defraud Americans. We're starting to see Musk take aim at the Department of Education. We cannot allow this pattern to continue at the agency tasked with keeping people healthy and safe. As folks in my state may remember, earlier this month, the president issued an illegal order to freeze all federal spending. Fortunately, the funding freeze order was rescinded after a major public outcry and threat of losing in court. Yet, even with the order rescinded, real people's lives were fundamentally changed. Across Virginia, for example, 3 community health centers had to close during the funding freeze. And now they won't be reopening because of uncertainty, and they're not sure the money's even coming back. These health centers, which provide primary and preventive care for the underserved populations, feel they can no longer rely on the government contract or the government to keep its word or meet its obligations. In rural Buckingham County, a health center is having to put off replacing the only machine in the county that provides breast cancer screening. Who suffers? Well, it's not Mr. Musk. He's the richest man in the world. Imagine he and his young men who work with him get pretty good and timely care. But if it just ended there, that wouldn't be all that we're potentially putting Mr. Kennedy into. We've already seen some of the foreshadowing of what to come if Mr. Kennedy is confirmed as HHS nominee. Take the NIH, for example, National Institute of Health, something broadly supported in a bipartisan way. NIH is one of the many important agencies that's tasked with advancing medical and public health research in the United States. And literally, in the years that I've been, it has been Republican members who've often taken the lead in championing existing and increasing funding. Unfortunately, many of the medical achievements, which started off as NIH grants, from cancer immune therapies to heart valve replacements to medications for many health conditions, all started at NIH. Yet earlier this week, the Trump administration put forward a plan to cut $4 billion in federal funding for research in hospitals and universities, like those in Virginia, which conduct some of our nation's top research. This basically cuts the legs out of a lot of NIH funding. This illegal and short-sighted maneuver could decrease the kind of work that leads to medical cures and scientific breakthroughs. It could devastate a major research ecosystem in Virginia, eliminate 21st century jobs, hurt countless American families who've been touched by cancer and other devastating diseases. Now, I have no earthly idea why the president would choose to cede American R&D leadership in bio at this moment to China. But what I do know is that Mr. Kennedy will do nothing to stop it. What we need at HHS is a nominee who is willing to go in with a scalpel, not a hatchet, to make our healthcare system better. We need someone with the preparedness and experience necessary to safeguard a woman's right to reproductive care, to support healthcare systems in their fight against cyber attacks, that will protect both Medicare and Medicaid, and ensure that American families can count on good health insurance. Rather than focusing on any of these things, Mr. Kennedy, as you've heard from my colleagues, has expressed that he would like to gut our nation's top health agency. Specifically, he said he would like to oust 2,200 nonpartisan health experts at HHS. At his hearing before Senate Finance Committee, I asked him a very simple question. Which ones? Which of these nonpartisan health officials have you got slated for the chopping block? I wondered, was it the folks who keep our food safe from salmonella? The individuals who examine medications we give our kids? He couldn't even answer the question who we wanted to cut. Now, I do appreciate Mr. Kennedy's concern with chronic illnesses and the obesity epidemic. I also agree that not enough Americans have access to healthy food. However, having met with Mr. Kennedy in private and having questioned him in the hearing, I don't believe he's the right person to tackle these complicated issues. I don't have the confidence that he will be willing to consider the science or consult nonpartisan health experts when necessary. I certainly don't have the confidence that he would ever be willing to stand up to Donald Trump or Elon Musk. And frankly, at least in Virginia, I'm not the only one who feels that way. Let me take a moment to share some concerns I've heard from Virginians. Catherine, an ICU nurse in Charlottesville, wrote, quote, I cared for critically ill and dying patients during COVID-19 pandemic. While public health conspiracies were spread by figures like RFK Jr. with no scientific or medical training, I've seen the potentially deadly consequences of spreading misleading health and safety information. Or take Talia, an Alexandria resident who suffers from chronic illnesses. She wrote, quote, my ability to access effective treatments relies on accurate research and development of medicine. She fears, if nominated, Mr. Kennedy will cut progress in science and medical research. Another constituent from Nokesville wrote, my mother contracted polio at age 2. She's now 92 and has spent her life dealing with the pain of post-polio symptoms. RFK Jr.'s stance on vaccines is dangerous to people of all ages. A doctor from my hometown in Alexandria wrote, as a pediatrician for almost 50 years, I've seen many diseases nearly eradicated thanks to vaccines. Mr. Kennedy would reverse that trend. In my care, I've seen children become profoundly impaired, unable to talk or care for themselves as adults due to preventable infections. I've seen 3 children die from harmless childhood diseases like measles and chickenpox. I never wish to see that again. And a cancer survivor from Virginia Beach wrote, cancer survivors like myself count on public health initiatives and scientific research to ensure the effective long-term treatment and prevention of serious diseases. Quote, I do not believe Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a man who lacks any credentials and credibility in this field, will have those interests in mind. Mr. President, The writing's on the wall. This nominee does not have the right experience, credibility, or motivations to be running a government agency of this size and importance. That's why I will be voting no on Mr. Kennedy's nomination to be Secretary and urge my colleagues to do the same. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Speaker, the senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, are we currently in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'd ask unanimous consent to be able to use a prop during my speech.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, in Oklahoma, if you were to go to any house anywhere in the state right now and ask them how their money should be spent, they'd probably smile at you and say, I'd like to decide that, not somebody else. That'd be a pretty common conversation, I bet, in most every state. For a lot of folks in my state, they make $55,000, $60,000. They make enough to be able to get by, work hard, take care of their kids and their family. It's a challenge for them from day to day, so every single dollar counts to them. They think about how every single dollar is spent or saved. That's why it's surprising in all the dialogue right now about government waste. There's a big dialogue about how do we handle waste and how do we cut back and how fast should we cut back and what should that look like. But Oklahomans that I talk to aren't offended that we're actually cutting back on waste. Now, they may have questions about how it's done and the speed and where it comes out, and those are all reasonable questions we should have a national dialogue on. But when Oklahomans hear that USAID last year did a grant of $32,000 to create a comic book about transgenders in Peru, they would say to me, hey, I'd like to be able to spend that $32,000 myself rather than the transgender comic book in Peru. If the folks in Peru want that comic book, maybe they should pay for it, not American taxpayers. The folks in Oklahoma, if I were able to talk to them about this same issue, they would ask me questions about the $2.5 million grant that was given to Vietnam to be able to fund the construction of electric vehicle battery recharging stations, which, by the way, $2.5 million that was given by USAID to Vietnam to do that created one charging station, which so far has saved a total of 260 gallons of gas equivalent. $2.5 million. It might have been cheaper just to send them 250 gallons of gas than it is to send them $2.5 million to be able to do that. Now, if I were to talk to Oklahomans, they would tell me they want to be able to be more in charge of that money, not sending it to do that. They would do the same thing when they find out that $10 million in food aid that was supposed to be going to Syrian refugees was actually diverted to a terrorist group linked with Al-Qaeda. And they'd want to ask USAID why that was done. They would ask some basic questions. Why almost $1 million was sent to a group linked to Hamas just the week before the October 7th attack was actually done. All those things are reasonable conversations to have. That are really, honestly, not partisan conversations in this room. I don't find anyone that thinks that's a partisan issue. Everybody just says, how do we have to go after that waste, and what do we do to be able to stop it? For the last 10 years, I've stood in this room, and I've talked about my federal fumble book. We just released the latest version of my federal fumble book today. The federal fumble book that we put out each year is not trying to be overly critical of government. We released it under Republican and Democrat presidencies and Congresses. We've said, why don't we spend time, quite frankly, as I ask every year, why doesn't every single member of this body assign their staff to go look for areas of waste and regulatory inefficiency and just ask some very basic questions? How could we do this better? Every business asks that question all the time. They ask that question, how can we be more efficient? How can we do things better? But we in government ask more, what can we do next? And very seldom stop to evaluate what's already been done. That's all federal fumbles is. Saying this is the money that was allocated, how was it actually spent? Over the years, we have engaged in things to be able to identify some areas of waste and have been able to put a stop to them. We stopped the funding that was going towards drag shows in Ecuador that we used to fund in American tax dollars. That's not happening anymore. We stopped the funding that was being sent to France to help preserve the secret language of French Parisian butchers. We used to fund that. we don't anymore. We stopped the funding that was going to research the Russian wine industry after we exposed that. We even stopped the funding that was going to the border to be able to fund Shakespeare along our border. There might be other ways to be able to spend our money better at the border other than doing performances of Shakespeare with federal tax dollars. This year we're spending some time actually focusing on what can we do better? What's already been done that the money's gone out the door, or how can we do things better? One of them, interestingly enough, has been one of the areas that is being talked about a lot more that we've already focused on, and that is FEMA and disaster relief. Now, it's suddenly become a big topic of conversation over the last couple of weeks, but we ask a very simple question. When a community experiences a hurricane, a tornado, a flood, and they want to engage with the federal government for disaster relief, this is what they confront. 30 different agencies, 30 different processes for aid coming to their community, most of them having a different way to actually sign up for them, different deadlines, different information that is needed, and also different percentages. Some of them pay 90-10, some of them pay 85-15, some of them pay 50-50. They've got to know this intricate set of rules in the middle of cleaning up from their disaster to be able to get relief. This is a disaster and shouldn't be a partisan issue for us to be able to look at it and to say, we can do better when a small rural community faces a devastating flood. Why are we asking the mayor of that community to figure this out to be able to get aid? They won't be able to. They're trying to help their neighbors dig out. We can do better on this. So we exposed the 30 different agencies and the spaghetti map of how to be able to get aid and to say, let's work on this. We exposed some of the inefficiencies that's out there in our federal government right now, even for things like permitting. We all talk about energy production, and I know we have differences of opinion on where that energy should come from, but when we start talking about the permitting to go get energy, whether that is lithium or whether that is natural gas, we get into a conversation about how do you permit to actually go get that resource. Well, right now in the United States of America, it is taking 29 years to go from the beginning process for a critical minerals mine to actual production. We're on the same international ranking for efficiency of regulations on mining as Zambia. If we go into our northern border to Canada, now currently apparently referred to as the 51st state, if you go into Canada, it takes 3 years for them to be able to permit a mine. And they go through all their environmental reviews, they go through their legal challenges, they do all those things in 3 years. What's taking us 29 in current structure, if it ever gets done at all. We can do better on that. If we want to increase our use of American-made minerals and our American-made production on that, we as the federal government, we as the United States Senate, have got to be able to reform the way that we're doing our permitting processes so that we can produce that American energy. If we have some belief that China or Central Africa or the Middle East is producing energy cleaner than we are, we're kidding ourselves. We'll produce it cleaner if we can get to it at all. In this federal fumble book, we've walked through a lot of areas of just waste that we've identified and said, hey, let's find some common areas of agreement that we should all be able to look at. Let me raise one that's controversial, the SNAP program. I don't know a person in this room that would say they want to end the SNAP program. That's food stamps for some people that still use the old term. But over $10 billion was actually allocated in the SNAP program last year of what they called improper payments. That is, we don't know if they qualified or not for the program. Now, a lot of folks in Oklahoma would say, I don't mind people getting some help when they need it, but for folks that don't qualify, why are they actually getting access to that? We have the same issue in the Medicare-Medicaid program. We don't want to do anything to be able to hurt that program. We've got a lot of things we need to do better in that program to deliver. But over $100 billion in Medicare and Medicaid last year was designated as improper payments. That is, we don't know if it's an appropriate payment that was done or not. That's something we should actually spend some time investigating. $100 billion seems like real money to me. Last year, there was $1 billion that was allocated in subsidies to a Chinese solar manufacturing facility. $1 billion in American taxpayer subsidies. If I went to the folks in Oklahoma and said, where should we get solar power? Not a one of them would say China, and if they did, they certainly wouldn't say we should give $1 billion to a Chinese company to be able to subsidize them to be able to send solar panels to us. If I were to walk around Washington, D.C. right now, current stats are there are 17 agencies in Washington, D.C. that are using 25% or less of their real estate. 17 of our agencies using 25% or less of their occupancy building space. That is billions of dollars in cost in electricity. That is billions of dollars of costs in furniture for a simple question. Because it's not a business, they're not having to pursue efficiency. We have 75% of the building unused. That's an area that we should actually ask some very simple questions about and to say, what can we actually do better on this? Listen, these aren't partisan things. If I sat down with my Democratic colleagues, they would nod their head and say, let's take a look at that. Let's figure it out. The most simple thing that we do every year when we bring out this federal fumble book is say, here are things we can talk about. Now, I understand the DOGE conversations become controversial with Elon Musk and some of the tactics and the speed that they're moving. Completely understand that. Respect the conversations about that. But government inefficiency shouldn't be partisan, shouldn't be controversial. And for those that have joined all of us that have worked on this for years to expose waste in government, welcome to the club. We're glad to have folks engaging on this. I'm not critical. I'm excited that you're here because we need more help. Because when the federal government fumbles taxpayer dollars, people in Oklahoma, my state, lose their hard-earned tax money on things that aren't education, aren't roads, aren't national defense. They're waste. And that's what people want to see it stop. So I not only encourage people to be able to just take a glance, it's easy reading, lots of pictures. I not only encourage people to take a glance at our federal fumble book when it's released, but I encourage every member of this body to assign their staff to go look for waste, and then let's sit down together and see if we can figure out how to make it stop. We should waste less and save more. It shouldn't be that hard. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today in strong opposition to President Trump's nominee for the Department of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. The department he has picked to lead is charged with protecting the health of all Americans, from safeguarding Medicare and nursing home care for seniors, to investigating medical research, to safeguarding the nation's food supply, and supporting public health programs such as lead poisoning prevention and suicide prevention. One of the most important public health inventions of the last century is vaccines, making many deadly and debilitating diseases a thing of the past. The Secretary of Health and Human Services has an outside role in making vaccines available to children and adults throughout the country. And that is something that gives me great pause about Mr. Kennedy's nomination. For those of us who grew up in the 50s and 60s, polio was an insidious threat that sent fear literally through every home in this country until Dr. Salk invented a vaccine. And it literally saved the lives, many, many lives, of generations of Americans. It was improved as it went forward, but I can recall lining up, in fact, my parents pulling me along and urging me to stand in line and get the first shot, and then the following year get the next shot, because for them it was not just a medical routine, it could eliminate the constant worry and concern that one day their child could be subject to polio. So this notion of vaccine that is prompted by Mr. Kennedy is, I think, contrary to the great experience, at least of those who have been through that period of time. Mr. Kennedy has spent the last decade or more spreading lies about vaccines and encouraging families not to vaccinate their children. He's not just an advocate with a loud bullhorn spreading that message. Indeed, Mr. Kennedy has made a living, making millions of dollars, no less, questioning the safety of vaccines, safety that has been proven time and time again. Mr. Kennedy chaired one of the most prominent anti-vaccine organizations, the Children's Health Defense, for almost a decade, stepping aside only to run for president in 2023. Mr. Kennedy had a long and successful career as an environmental lawyer, and he has a compelling personal history overcoming addiction and should be commended